If you come and check in on the Hitman and his team, you're going to be in for a battle.
We're not losing to some soft Southerners. We're definitely not losing to Birmingham.
They're all going to get a good 5-6 week camp in. There's no excuses. They ain't got to worry about anything. All they've got to do is go and perform.
We're not here to foul. We're not here to come second. We're here to take over, and that's what we're going to do. So listen, go out there. Don't go home until you're proud, all right?
Good evening and welcome to a new breed of boxing. It's the Box Off semi-finals. We're coming to you from Telford at the Telford International Centre, and tonight we're going to see 4 teams battling it out for points in the hope to become Box Off champions and be in the Box Off final. We've got London versus Manchester versus Birmingham versus Leeds. We're coming to you on Boxing Social's YouTube channel all night. All the content will be on there for you live and exclusively. Tonight's event is sponsored by Hype Energy Drinks and Bravos. My name is Hope Helen and I'm delighted to be joined by our commentators of the evening, Andy Clark and Dom McGuinness. Coming to you first, Dom. The excitement in here tonight feels a lot different to normal fight nights, doesn't it? What can this tournament do tonight?
Well, I think the excitement's here anyway, as you can see, because the arena is set up a little bit different. Everything looks that little bit different. You've got the very high-profile team captains, you've got the tournament format, and you've got a massive opportunity for fighters, boys and girls, that don't always get the leg up that every fighter deserves. They're getting it tonight. It's a massive, massive step up for them. And it's just a no-lose situation for everybody in terms of, you know, the journeyman fighters that are here getting a day in the sun in many ways. They don't have to worry about doing a number on a guy that they shouldn't do and the phone will stop ringing. They can go out there and have some fun, and we're going to see that tonight.
In terms of the point scoring, for every winner of their bout, there'll be 4 points given to their team. If there is a knockout, there'll be 5 points given to the team. Yesterday, Andy, we presented the press conference. We got to learn a bit more about the fighters. Who are you excited to see in action tonight?
Well, I mean, there's lots of good matchups, but there were 2 fights that yesterday just kind of caught fire from nowhere because they're between fighters who had never met before yesterday. So Daryl Tapfuma and Sam Pikiri at super featherweight, they just started going at each other. And at super welterweight, Michael Lakalu and Kay Jimenez. Again, you know, Michael Lakalu turned up with his kind of monkey mascot, changed into a suit for the main presser, and just managed to rile up Kay Jimenez. He's quite an intense character and just did it very, very easily. But Daryl Sharp against Ben Thomas. You know, a lot of these lads have boxed around area title level. Daryl's actually won an area title, and others have lost at that level. And like Dom said, for so many of them, if things had been a bit different when they turned pro, if they'd been full-time, if they'd had a bit more backing, they wouldn't have ended up in the away corner, and they could have gone on to English title level, maybe a bit above that. You don't really know, but tonight, you know, they get to just go out there, let off that handbrake, don't have to think about anything else other than trying to win.
Dom, you mentioned the team captains. We've got some boxing royalty and a couple of other huge personalities. I'm going to throw over to our MC, Jonathan Millard, one of the best MCs in the game, to introduce those team captains. Over to you, Jonathan Millard.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please welcome our first captain, captain of the Governors from London, Tom Skinner. And please welcome our second captain, captain of the tribe from Birmingham, Jaykae. And our third captain this evening, captain of the Revolution from Manchester, Ricky the Hitman Hatton. And our final captain of the evening, captain of the Armory from Leeds, Johnny Nelson.
I'm now joined by the team captains. We've got Johnny Nelson, the Leeds Armory, Tom Skinner, the Governors, Ricky Hatton, the Manchester Revolution, and Jaykae, the Birmingham Tribe. I'm going to come to you first, Johnny. What was all this when you were walking?
This is business. I don't care how friendly we are. Yorkshire's going to do a lot of them. I've got to talk big, man. I've got to talk big. So just get them home, tamped up. But great competition, great opportunity, great. I think it's good for grassroots. Friends and family are here for all the fighters. I like that. I like healthy competition. Winning and losing is not the name. Yeah, it is. It's about winning.
There's been a little bit of heat between you and Ricky, between your teams. Why is your team going to beat Johnny's?
I don't know. I think I've just I had all the lads in the gym and the ladies in the gym last week out down at my gym. They all looked in great shape. We looked like they're working hard, all bang on the weight. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think it's going to be. I think all the fights are going to be a little bit even Stevens. You know, they're all at the same similar levels, aren't they? So I mean, it might come down to who wants it most. And there's one thing we are in Manchester. We're proud of our town, isn't it? Really. So I mean, you know, and that's what they'll be doing. I said, listen. I said, it's just. I know it's for the team. Don't forget, you know, you're doing it for yourself, and hopefully it'll be a good springboard for your own personal career. But don't forget, you're doing it for the greatest city in the world, Manchester.
They're quite short bouts tonight. The men's are going to be 4 rounds, the women are going to be 6 rounds. What advice are you going to give to your boxers to really showcase their skills within them small kind of periods?
Well, I think Johnny will agree with me. I mean, you know, it's only 4 rounds of that, and you know, the obvious thing is to say put your foot down and everything like that. But there's no point putting your foot down if it's not intelligent putting your foot down. You know what I mean? If you're like we're going out there like a chicken with no head type thing, you know, and you're not really thinking about your attacks. All you want to do is put your foot down. You're going to come unstuck. So I say put the foot down, keep the pressure high. Always, when they land, answer back every time. You know what I mean? So that if it is nip and tuck on the scorecards, if you keep them busier and you answer back on every time they attack, you answer back. You've got half a chance of coming through on the scorecards, haven't you?
Tom Skinner, of course, you've got the Bosch gym. You're very involved in the whole boxing world now, and you've actually been in the changing rooms tonight, haven't you?
I have, yeah.
Who are you excited to see from your team?
I can't wait to see everyone tonight. I mean, I'm buzzing to be here. Like, I'm with legends on the stage, and I feel a little bit outdone, you know, especially you. And yeah, you know what I mean? It's just going to be a great night of boxing, grassroots boxing, and I'm looking forward to it.
And Jaykae, you are a big role model for people in Birmingham. You are a huge kind of status there. Why is Birmingham going to take the edge tonight and win?
I think we've been missing out there ain't really been no big time boxing in Birmingham. We've had a little taste of it here and there. We've been missing the arena shows, we've been missing things like that, and these lads might be the future to start building cards like that. I think everyone's got a bit of hunger in them, and I can't wait to see it. I personally know some of them, and I know what they've been doing in the gym, so it's nice to see it all pay off for them and they get a good night tonight.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic night. I'm sure I'm going to be speaking to you all throughout the evening. Some nerves, some excitement are going to be around. But let's go over to our MC for the first night of the evening. It's Riz Levecki versus Liam Wells.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome first into the arena and to the blue corner, Rizard Lavisky.
So welcome everybody, welcome to ringside. This is the opening fight of the night, and Rizard Lavisky, who's boxing, or will be boxing in the competition for Manchester, making his way to ringside. 5 fights, 4 wins, and a draw. Strong amateur background, moving over from Poland to the UK when he was relatively young, went back and boxed for Poland internationally, had a tilt at qualifying for Tokyo, didn't quite work out, but went deep into some senior elite championships, boxing the likes of Troy Williamson and Ben Whittaker a few years ago now, training in Manchester with Pat Barrett. Not quite sure where he is, Dom. I don't know if he's emerged at the end of the runway there or not.
Well, I think he's certainly milking the entrance, you could possibly say. Maybe he's just enjoying Sweet Caroline like I know you are. You've been doing a little boogie there, Andy. So maybe he's just milking the moment. It is a great setup here, of course, the box off. It's a new type of venture, of course. This first bout isn't part of the tournament, but it is one to look forward to. You mentioned Levitsky as well. He's a really exciting fighter as well. I think we're going to see that tonight as well. He's not afraid to let the hands go, let's put it that way, which in some ways can be to his detriment. He can be a bit open at times, a little bit vulnerable, but very exciting, very, very confident lad as well. In against Liam Wells from Raynham, who again will fancy his chances. Both guys with very good records. You mentioned the amateur background of Levitsky as well. He's had a couple of different gyms that he's been training at in Manchester. He grew up in Sheffield, as you say, Polish by birth, but now with Pat Barrett, and of course great things going on in the Collinghurst and Moston gym, as it always has been the case. Lyndon Arthur in there, Zelfa Barrett. So he's had a little stint with Joe Gallagher as well. So it's all part of the learning curve for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw him in Germany last year, actually. He was boxing on the undercard of Poddy McCrory against Leon Bunn in a packed handball arena in Frankfurt, in the outskirts. And it was just one of those great nights where McCrory got the upset. Kurt Walker, Kieran Malloy were on the card as well. So there was loads of Irish fans there. I was saying to you earlier, there was one side of the ring was just a load of GAA shirts and tricolours. On the other side was just rows and rows of German bikers, which is pretty common for anybody who's been to a show in Germany. But it was great. It was great. I think he was a bit frustrated with his opponent that night, who didn't really engage, and he definitely is one of those fighters who needs the opponent to really want to fight, and that's what quite a lot of fighters find early in their careers, and this is why this tournament appeals to them, because they know that, you know, it's win or nothing, this really. You know, they've got this chance to impress, this chance to shine, and you know, we're still looking expectantly at the end of the walkway there underneath a big screen with the searchlights going off, and Sweet Caroline has run its course. So I don't know whether this is a little bit of mind games from Levitsky. I saw him having a wander around earlier on, so he's definitely here. Okay, so Jonathan, our MC, he's going to give it another try, see if he can see if he can coax him into the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our opening bout of the evening. Please welcome now into the arena and to the blue corner, Rizard Lavisky.
You're getting Sweet Caroline twice, Andy.
Oh, this is terrific. This is terrific. You never quite know what's going to happen on a boxing show. You really, really don't.
when you think you do, every now and again something turns up just to keep you honest. Well, we've given you the life and times of Riz Levitsky. There's not an awful lot more to fill you in on. Liam Wells, who we'll see in a little bit, I know quite well actually. He boxes out of the Alec Wilkie gym in Poplar. Good kickboxing background. And actually, we've got a few fighters tonight, Dom. Sarah Worsfold, his stablemate, his gym mate, she's come into it from a kickboxing background, and so was Tanya Ledger, who we'll see later. And that's the interesting thing about this card, is that about half of these fighters I'd seen and heard of, about half I hadn't. And details are quite hard to come by, but then you realise that if they haven't got that much boxing behind them, they've got plenty of fighting behind them, most of them.
Yeah. And he's here, by the way.
Here he is.
Yep, Rizard.
As you said, he's a confident character, confident at the press conference yesterday. He believes in his ability 100%, and that gym's going well. You mentioned Lyndon Arthur, he had a really good win. Zelfa Barrett just waiting for that real big opportunity at the minute. I've heard a few rumours that as yet haven't turned into anything concrete.
And his opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please now welcome into the arena and to the red corner, Liam Wells. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our opening bout of the evening. Paul Webb, in association with the Box Off, proudly present 4 rounds of action in the middleweight division. This bout sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, their supervisor here at ringside, area representative Matt Harris. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. Martin Fallon, and our referee in charge of the action and scoring the bout, Mr. Chris Dean. So introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scales, 11 stone, 5 pounds, 5 ounces. Tonight, he enters the ring with a record of 4 victories, 2 coming within the distance, and 1 draw. Wearing the gray and green shorts, representing the Revolution from Poland via Manchester, presenting Ryszard Lewicki. And his opponent tonight, standing across the ring, boxing out of the red corner. His official weight on the scales, 11 stone, 5 pounds, 3 ounces. Tonight he enters the ring with a professional record, 9 victories, 3 defeats. Wearing the red and black shorts, representing the Governors from Raynham, Essex, presenting Liam Wells. Our referee, Mr. Christine, now to give his final instructions.
Hey fellas, you both know the rules. I want to see a good clean fight. Say break, you break clean. Set yourselves at all times. Touch gloves.
Christine, our ref for this one. Christine and Kevin Parker on duty this evening.
Good night for Kevin Parker recently, wasn't it?
For the first round.
Smith-Eubank fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely handled that fight well. Let it go on about as long as he could, I think, and then got in at the right time with the stoppage. So Wells in the red, Levitsky in the grey and luminous yellow. Catches Wells with a left hand there. Doesn't really box his height, Liam Wells, as you'll see. Stoops a little bit, but he does look to try and let his hands go.
see early on there the body work from Ryszard Lewicki as well. You can hear the instructions from the corner as well from Pat Barrett. The body's going to be important.
Left hand from Wells, just going over the head there of Lewicki. He finds the body with the right hand. Snapped out a good-looking jab towards the start, Lewicki. Throws another one there, and that's the way to really deal with somebody like Wells. If you can just try and catch him on the way in. As we said, he'll tuck up behind that high guard, look to try and get low, get up close, and that's when he wants to do his damage. Midway through round one, it's a decent matchup this, Dom, because with someone like Wells, you've got to be able to keep him off you.
I think you see Lewicki, he's not afraid to take a shot or two to try and land. I mean, that is very much he's kind of a bit gung-ho at times, but very exciting. Good snappy jab there as well, just sends the head back of Wells. So it's really heating up nicely, this. As you say, the stooping style of Wells. Lewicki. Again, just takes one as he gets in there, he's trying to land the uppercut.
Did get the right hand through on the inside, just snuck it through as Wells came in. He's looking for that right hand uppercut counter as Wells gets in tight, and it's a good shot because, as we said, he does crouch, he does stoop in. So he's looking to draw that left hand, I think, and then throw that right hand back. Physically, Lewicki looks the bigger of the two, doesn't he?
Yeah. Strong fella, sturdy lad. Good overhand right there as well.
And again, with that overhand towards the end of the round, and just signs towards the end of the round there that Lewicki is working out a method for Wells. He looks to come in, get tight, get underneath you basically, and work to the body, and throw those short hooks. It's not the easiest style to deal with, actually.
But he was pleased with his work after the first round anyway. Lewicki punched the air as he went back to the corner to get the instructions of Pat Barrett. If Pat Barrett tells you to do something, you better do it.
Oh, you do it? Yeah. That you do it. It's not a discussion, is it? Terrific fighter he was.
Was indeed.
Owner of a murderous left hook.
Didn't quite get his night on the world stage, but what a campaigner. Again, a product of that brilliant gym Colin here in Boston that I mentioned before. Brian Hughes, the absolute godfather of that area.
Absolutely.
The talent that's still coming through.
Good right hand there from Wells to kick off the round. Robin Reed was a big favourite of mine back in the day. Winning that world title away from home in Italy with Brian Hughes in the corner, just talking him through it.
Well, Brian was more about saving lives and getting the kids off the street, but then he still managed to create those champions, world champions, and yeah, the saving and changing of lives was the most important role, but just look what he managed to achieve.
Wells just letting that right hand go there as he manages to push Lewicki back onto the ropes. Nothing that's landed on Lewicki has looked like it's bothered him particularly. And now he's looking to try and punch down again and then whip that right hand up the middle. But you're absolutely right in what you were saying there, because producing champions is fantastic and all trainers want to do that. But in a way, that's not really what it's about. And Wells just digging his toes in, trying to land those body punches again, looking to try and get up tight.
That's a fair pace that Levitsky is setting.
Good right hand from Wells again there. He's getting some good work done on the inside here, Wells. He does tuck up pretty effectively.
You do feel as well, Levitsky will give you chances, will give you openings.
Just plants that jab up from the waist. I'd like to see him do that a bit more because, well, that's a good combination. Hooking off the jab, that was nice there from Levitsky. But Wells, really, it's difficult to make him take a backward step because those are good, strong, stinging shots. And still forward he comes. But just use that jab, I think, if you're Levitsky. Again there, just keep popping it out. Give him something to think about because as soon as you stop, he's on you, isn't he? And he's doing some nice work on the inside, Levitsky, too. But, you know, Wells is... He's quite route one, but he's organised with it.
As you say, tight defence as well, as he just keeps stepping forward, keeps moving forward.
It's interesting with that kickboxing background for him too, because he doesn't actually fight in a way that kickboxers can tend to. They can tend to stand up quite straight.
Quite square. You'd say in terms of who's ahead in this one, I think the busy work of Levitsky. I mean, obviously Wells very much in it, but Levitsky just been that bit busier, landed the more significant shots.
I think he probably has. It's been very competitive, as you say, in terms of work rate. You know, Wells does some stuff on the inside that isn't always that easy to see. I would say the more eye-catching shots have probably come from Levitsky, but he's got to keep this tempo high because if you drop it for 1 second, then as we've been mentioning, Wells he's on you in a flash, and once you let him get onto the inside there, then that's where he wants to be. I think Levitsky, corners, as you said, he likes to dig his toes in and trade himself, doesn't he? But what he could do here is make this a bit easier for himself by trying to keep it on the outside more and snap that jab. In terms of height, there's not that much between them, but in terms of the way they box, he could keep it on the outside, but that's exactly what Wells is not going to let you do.
Very interesting just as well to see a little bit of advice offered by Ricky Hatton ringside. Wants to see the uppercut.
Well, he'll be enjoying this one, the Hitman, because up close and personal, you know, that was his game, wasn't it? Very clever the way he'd work himself in, make those little angles, step up to the right-hand side. Just dig those shots in, chip away, break you down, just break your will, really. That's what Billy Graham fighters were. That was their MO. They were all very much 12-round fighters, weren't they? Always looking to try and finish inside the distance if they could.
The preparation of about 30 rounds on the body bag used to get them ready for anything, I think. Of course, Ricky definitely has Levitsky as his man from the Manchester Revolution team. Good work to the body again from Levitsky there.
And there's that jab, you see. It just gives Wells something to think about. He gets on the inside there, though, Wells. Lets a right hand go, throws that right hand lead. He will just keep coming and coming. Cuffing right hand again. Uppercut on the inside was a decent shot.
Really good work from Wells. And that's a big right hand as well.
Left from Levitsky just caused him to take a step off to the side there. But he gets tight again there and lands a left, and this is a good round for him. This is a good round for Wells. He fought for that area title at middleweight, and I mentioned the size difference between them. They both weighed in pretty much bang on 174, just under the limit of 175 for this one, but Levitsky will have put a bit on since then, I think. Not loads, but a bit, whereas I think he's going to weigh tonight what he weighed yesterday, Liam Wells, to be honest. Good exchange there. And Levitsky just trying to get on top of him, throws that right.
Swelling in the right eye now of Liam Wells as well. He's caught a couple of left hands. but he won't be deterred. He's still marching forward. He's still looking to get his own work off here as well, and again, lets the hands go.
Again, just gets his head on the shoulder there, head on the chest, and then, as you say, Dom, just keeps working. It's a good fight, this really is a good fight to kick things off with. The matches on this card are very, very solid. You'll see that all the way through. Good right hand again there from Wells. He just makes Lewicki take a bit of a backward step there. And
2 good right hands at the end of that line from Liam Wells.
I think we can say that that's a red corner round.
Yep. And you know, you'll know this off the top of your head because you are an encyclopedia of knowledge, Andrew. You were mentioning, obviously, the Southern Area title fight that Liam Wells was involved in. That was in Bristol, wasn't it? It was the last ever fight. Good pal of yours. The Pooch.
Oh, the Pooch, of course, yeah, that was that night, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, where he beat Steve Davis on that night.
That's right, yeah, the galleries, galleries.
Lewis Van Pooch, who, of course, is going to be a referee.
Yeah, we see him often.
Yeah.
I've seen him at quite a few shows. He's doing his traineeship at the minute, so you'll see him sitting outside the ring, doing some scoring. I haven't seen him take to the centre of the ring yet. They're very strict, the border control. They make him really, really work for it.
Well, and also, there won't be any of those ring walks anymore. There won't be any of this.
No, that's it.
It's going to be a very different Poochie. But I tell you what, though, he knows it's great to have characters like him stay in the sport, particularly in that side of the sport as well, because he'd be, I'm sure, brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely.
He knows every single trick.
Yeah, absolutely. Into the start of the 4th round here. I did hear that Adam Harper, actually, of this parish, or roughly of this parish, that he was thinking about it. I don't know if he's got any further with it, Adam, but yeah, the more former pros who take to that role, the better. Lewicki just digging his toes in there, trying to throw the combination, but Wells again he just keeps coming forward, dipping at the waist, makes himself a tricky target. Wasn't loads in those first couple of rounds, hasn't been much in any of them, to be honest. Very competitive, good fight.
That again. That again. And back.
And there he goes straight away, throws that right hand lead, follows it in onto the shoulder, makes it difficult to counter, and then he's where he wants to be.
There we go. That again.
Still having success, Wells. It's, as you say, it has been fascinating, really. And let's get to the midway point of the 4th and final round.
Decent right hand off the ropes there from Wells, and a left on the inside as Lewicki was just trying to get on top of him a touch. Nice combo there, though, from Lewicki. Just past the midway point of this 4th and final round.
It's still there for either man to make a real statement. Final minute.
It's a decent flurry from Lewicki, but Wells again just pushes him off, leans in.
I think, as you alluded to, I think that size may be just a telling factor in this. It's just, Lewicki just does have that physical edge.
There's a good left on the inside again from Wells, though. He throws punches and then just collapses into his man almost at times. He's almost tilting at a 45-degree angle if he backs you up to the ropes. There's a nice one too from Lewicki. Just trying to turn his knuckles over on that right hand. 30 seconds remaining, and this has been tremendous stuff right from the very, very start, all the way through. So final few seconds, there goes the bell, a touch of gloves between the two, and that was a really good fight, really, really enjoyable fight. Lewicki feels like he's done enough there, and on balance over the course of the 4 rounds, he could well be right, but they were very competitive, Dom. They were very, very competitive, and when he kept it a little bit longer, gave himself a bit of space, it was more his fight, but he loved to mix it up on the inside with Wells, and that's exactly what Wells wanted him to do.
Well, both had successes. I mean, you saw that the left hand worked to good effect there from Wells, and again, physically the smaller man in there, but he never stopped marching forward. He never stopped trying to get his shots off. And as you say, inside work was really good. The right hand, he found a home for that. The last 2 rounds, he had great success with that. So it's an interesting one. I mean, obviously, Christine's the scoring referee. It's how he sees it in there. I think you could argue that, you know, the constant aggression, if you like, of Levitsky started at a frenetic pace. Will that be enough? Well, we're going to find out soon enough.
We are indeed. We are indeed. Our MC, Jonathan Millard, is just poised in the corner of the ring there with the decision. Let's see what's happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 4 rounds of action, we go to the referee's scorecard. Our referee, Christine, scores the contest 39-37 for your winner, Rizad Levitsky.
So Levitsky gets it 3 rounds to 1. And he looked disappointed there, Liam Wells. I can understand why, because he could put plenty into that. There wasn't much in any of those rounds. There really, really wasn't. And he'll feel he did enough just to get the rub of the green and maybe come out with a draw. But either way, for both of them, that was a good fight. I think it's what Levitsky needed, to be honest with you, because he was saying yesterday at the press conference that the fights he's been in just haven't been competitive enough. He's not been pushed hard enough. And that certainly wasn't the case tonight. He's down ringside with Pat. Here's Dom.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Well, Rizad, that was a good fight. It was a great opener for tonight. I mean, you set a real pace in the opening 2 rounds. He caught you with a few right hands in the 3rd and 4th round, but you got the nod. Good fight. How did you feel in there?
Yeah, I felt great, to be honest. At times, I felt like my skills were just superior, but I did get dragged into it for scrap. Liam obviously had a tactic of spoiling my work a little bit, and it worked to a certain extent, but we got the win, so we'll improve, we'll analyse, improve and then move on.
I mean, physically, did you feel bigger and stronger in there tonight?
Yeah, I did, but I wanted to box and showcase my skills. Obviously, his tactic was to spoil my work by being close and rugged. So to a certain extent, I could execute what we were working on. To a certain extent, I'm sorry, Pat. I promise I will improve 100%, because I promise you now, I'll go back home, we ain't celebrating, I'm getting scolded, we'll come back for the final, and we're absolutely smashing it out of the park.
Well, we heard some of your instructions in the corner, Pat, but overall, happy enough?
Yeah, I'm happy enough, but, you know, got to give credit where credit's due. Rizad's only been with us for about, 4 weeks, so we've not really had a full time to mould with each other, but the basics is, he has got skills, he is something that's exceptionally good, so hopefully working together, you know, we'll get there, definitely.
New beginnings, you got the job done tonight. Well done, Rizad.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
So there you have it, Rizad Levitsky, winning ways here in Telford. On to our MC tonight. Again, we're going to crack on with the action. In place, in the centre of the ring, is Jonathan Millard.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening. Please welcome first into the arena to the blue corner, Sheldon McDonald.
Okay, so we've got 4 rounds at Cruiser coming up here. This is one of the walkout bouts, you might describe it as. These first 2 don't count towards the overall competition, but that won't mean anything to Julian Wilson and Sheldon McDonald here. Sheldon McDonald representing that Leeds team. He's from Sheffield. 6 wins, 1 defeat. And that was in Ultimate Boxer back in May last year. He won his first fight, lost his second one. So that was all very good experience for him. He's boxed twice since then and picked up wins both times.
And his opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please now welcome into the arena to the red corner, Julian Wilson.
He's back in the pro ring for the first time in a really long time here, Julian Wilson. Last walked up those steps back in November 2018 After that, a few fights fell through, then there was COVID, then it took him a little while to get his licence back, and all of that has meant that we haven't seen him for not far off 5 years, but he's definitely kept in shape during that time.
Cool looking character as well, taking it all in his stride, enjoying this, isn't he?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think he sold a few tickets.
Big fan of the shorts as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening. Paul Webb, in association with the Box Off, proudly present 6 rounds of action in the cruiserweight division. Brought to you in association with Browser, Hype Energy Drinks, BE, and streamed exclusively live on Boxing Social. This bout has been sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Our supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Matt Harris. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. Martin Fallon. And our referee in charge of the action and scoring the bout, Mr. Kevin Parker. So introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scales, 14 stone, 3 pounds, 2 ounces. He enters the ring with a professional record of 6 victories, 1 defeat, 2 stoppages within the distance. Tonight, he wears the black and silver shorts from Sheffield, presenting Sheldon McDonald. Across the ring, boxing out of the red corner. His official weight on the scales yesterday, 14 stone, 2 pounds, 8 ounces. He enters the ring with a perfect professional record, 4 victories and no defeats. Tonight, he wears the black shorts from Bedford, presenting Julian Wilson. Our referee, Mr. Kevin Parker, to give his final instructions.
Gents, you both know the rules. Expect a clean fight. Obey my command. Or protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves.
For the first round.
So 4 rounds of cruiserweight here. Julian Wilson in the solid black. Sheldon McDonald in the black with a bit of white and silver trim. And if you're McDonald here, Dom, given the inactivity of Wilson, you want to look to start quick, don't you?
You definitely try and stick it on him. I mean, that inactivity is the key thing, isn't it? And good work to the body straight away from McDonald, which is probably a very good tactic. As you say, certainly in shape, Wilson. He's got a lot of people here tonight. Just maybe a bit tentative at the minute because he's just feeling back into a professional ring after 5 years out, as you mentioned.
Well, it's a long time away. He lets a left hook go there, falls a little bit short with it, so it would be understandable if he's slightly tight. Looks to try and throw that jab. McDonald just dipping those knees, looks nice and loose and relaxed himself. Decent jab to the body there from Wilson.
McDonald has been more active, clearly. He's been in with good company as well. And Wilson, the 4 victories to his name, it's all really been against foreign journeymen in reality, so it's a very tricky one after such a long time out to come straight back into.
It is, and I think the McDonald corner are just saying to him, basically, Roger Sampson in there, very experienced guy, just telling them to get on top of him. You know, he's tense, he's tight, just get on top of him, and just forced a combination out of Wilson there in this opening round, McDonald. But the corner wants to see a little bit more from him. They don't want him to allow Wilson to settle. Looking for that right hand round the back of the guard, McDonald. He's got quite a tight guard, Wilson, and he's looking for it again there. Jabs down to the body. Wilson stepping in and looking for some body shots. Just being a little bit bolder now, Wilson, which he needs to be, I would say. Lets that left hand go.
He catches a right hand, but as you say, just landed those body shots that may have just settled him down a bit. It has been a nervy start from Wilson, which is extremely understandable.
Final few seconds of round one. McDonald just steps off to the right-hand side. Good jab, just snaps it up from the waist and then gets those gloves up high. So he's giving Wilson a few different looks here. Hands low sometimes, gloves up at others. Right hand into the body. And that's a McDonald round, definitely. But as you said, for Wilson, this is a tough ask. You've been away all of that time and come straight back into a competitive fight. It'll do him a lot of good, whatever the end result. He's dropped that first round, but still a long way to go.
Well, normally you think after a 5-year absence, you want to get in on a normal small hall show with a journeyman that's not going to give you too many problems. He's going straight in against a very hungry Sheldon McDonald, who, you know, has been in with good company. He's just got the one blip on his record, and when it is the kind of Ultimate Boxer tournament, the old prize fighter kind of format, he can write that off. It's a 3-rounder. It's one of those things. And Ricky Reeves, very talented Sheffield lad, who beat him. So McDonald is a serious fighter. And fair play to Julian Wilson for getting in. He did look so cool and so calm on the ring walk. He got in there, and I think he thought, wow, I'm back. And this is a problem. But again, did just show signs of settling at the end of that first round.
He did. It's almost like he's starting again here tonight, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like a second pro debut. He's got some experienced guys in that corner. Ian Dewberry over the far side there in that red corner. I've seen him in a lot of corners with Don Charles down the years, out in Poland a few weeks ago with Daniel Dubois. McDonald, again, just trying to snap off that jab. And Wilson trying to do the same. Nice right hand on the inside there from Wilson. Didn't bother McDonald, but it was a decent shot.
Well, they feel that Wilson's feeling the heat in there now, gassing a wee bit. That's the instruction from the McDonald corner. All that nervous energy, as you say, starting again. It's a second debut for him, isn't it? Second pro debut for Julian Wilson.
Just dipped his knees and looked for that long right hand to the body there, Wilson. It was a decent idea. McDonald just read it, though. His chin came up a little bit as he threw it, but it's a different kind of approach there from Wilson, who's got some decent raw materials to work with here. And I can see why the McDonald corner are just keen for him to do a little bit more than he's doing, and they have been right from the very start. He just doesn't really stay on that right hand, Wilson, when he's throwing it at the minute. He's just kind of half pulling off it as he throws it. He needs to really commit to it. And that's the kind of thing you do when you haven't been in there for a while, I think.
Well, it's very, very hard to find your rhythm after a long absence when McDonald is doing what he's doing in there at the moment.
Good jab that from Wilson. McDonald felt his head just snap back a little bit, but then moves forward, low left hand. Needs to get into that kind of middle range, that sort of mid-distance. Nice left hand there from McDonald. Decent from Wilson, didn't connect with the two punches, but then rolled out. So midway through this one again, it's a good watch, this.
It is very intriguing. If Wilson can loosen up a little bit, and again, I think he's certainly less tense in the second as he was in the first. If he can get in range, let the hands go, and he just needs to build that confidence. But he is just finding his feet again after 5 years out. It's an extremely hard ask.
It is.
It's a really tough job. And you know, fair play to him for diving straight in at this level.
Absolutely. And McDonald, you know, he's a nice, skillful fighter to watch. He's got good rhythm. He's at ease in there, basically. He likes to get into that middle range and let his hands go, so he does give you opportunities. Wilson has done his best work, actually, when he's been on the back foot and it's been kind of forced out of him. Be interesting to see if he could just throw that jab and just let that right hand go through off the back of it, nice and loose. He has looked a bit stiff so far, which, as we say, is understandable, but he's got a couple of rounds to go here, and those loose, straight shots, you ask any trainer, they're the ones that physically actually take the least out of you. So just that 1-2, it'd be good to just see him let that go if he can, because physically, he's definitely the bigger of the two here. Nice uppercut there from McDonald, gets those feet in where he needs them, and that's where a jab is really important for Wilson. He can't just let McDonald walk in on him. He's upping the tempo here, McDonald, isn't he?
He is, and good combination there from McDonald. Well, the Wilson fans here, they're really trying to get him going in this round.
And that was a decent looking jab there from Wilson, and he throws it again, and it brings applause from the corner. McDonald's won these first couple of rounds. He's on top again in the third, but Wilson is competitive, fires back with the right hand there. Looking for the uppercut there, Wilson. I'm not absolutely sure if that landed clean. McDonald's back was to us. They liked it on the far side of the ring. McDonald looking for his own uppercut. It's a good round, this. Tense, you know, not tense. It's a very lively round. A long way to go in it as well.
I think it's fair to say Wilson is feeling it in there, though. The mouth a little ajar now, and McDonald has set the pace.
He just grabs hold of McDonald for a little bit of a rest there, and McDonald, I think, is happy enough just to nick a few seconds himself into the final minute of round 3. Right hand from McDonald, just caught Wilson on the way out. Double jab there from Wilson was good. The second one got through. And McDonald's just not giving him a moment's peace. That's been the case really from the beginning of the fight.
I think he'll need that minute at the end of this round. Fairly weary-looking figure now, Wilson, you would say. Still in there with good work, though.
Yeah, he's hanging in there, isn't he? Basically, they've got the end swell out in the corner on the far side. McDonald just sitting a few feet away to our right. He looks nice and relaxed. He's got plenty left in the tank here, I think, and he's won these first 3 rounds. And again, he just provides some good angles when he gets into that mid-range. Just steps off to the side every now and again, rather than just coming in straight on.
Corners, 10 seconds.
A decent right-hander from Wilson did land.
Seconds out, round 4.
So 4th and final round, these two called to the centre by the referee. Dispensed with the touch of gloves, straight into it.
Does it drive you mad when they touch gloves at the start of every round in some fights?
I just don't know why they risk it, because you don't have to reciprocate. You get called together at the start, and then at the start of the final round normally, although we didn't see it there, and you're asking for trouble. Good right hand there from McDonald, stepped in, got his feet nice and close. And again, he's just looking to raise the tempo here.
He's still in control, isn't he, McDonald? He's just got to be clever, you feel, and see this out, and nothing silly. Wilson's got to try something pretty desperate, really, you feel. He's way behind, you would imagine, on Kevin Parker's card.
Yeah, he needs knockdowns here, Julian Wilson, but, you know, he's keeping his boxing together, and I think they'll take plenty from this. It's going to be a defeat unless he can pull something spectacular out of the bag, but he's keeping it tight, he's keeping it organised, and there's been a good pace to this right from the beginning. So we've been mentioning the inactivity, and to come back with something like this, it's not easy at all. And McDonald, well, what's he got left now in just the final 70 seconds or so? Nice left hand.
Oh! Good right hand there from Wilson. Huge right hand, he let it go long and loose. As we were asking, and McDonald, his response to the count, he was clear-headed enough just above us, but as he was moving away, moving off to his right, Wilson caught him with that huge right hand and put him down. And I reckon he needs another one of them. If he can make this into a 10-7 round, then he could be in business here. But he just got slightly careless there, maybe, McDonald, and we've been asking for that nice, long, loose right from Wilson. He let it go, didn't worry about anything, just let it go. And you saw what it did. Good right hand again there from Wilson. And we're in for a finish here.
Unbelievable. What a shot. He needed a fairy tale shot, and he's pulled that off, but is it enough? Has time run out on him? McDonald, can he just stay out of bother? That's all he had to do anyway.
Absolutely. Final few seconds. Great drama at the end of the fight. There goes the bell. And by our reckoning, he won the first 3 rounds there, Sheldon McDonald, and he'll have lost that final one 10-8. Well, the corners are going about their business as if we've got some further rounds remaining here. We've had 4 rounds, haven't we? Maybe it's a 6, this one. Maybe it's been upgraded to a 6.
Everybody's got to be on their toes tonight.
Well, there's that right hand, and you could just see as he was pulling back out, his feet a little bit close together, he got hit by that right, and he just let it go, didn't he, with some real venom. Well, this is a 6-rounder, so that makes it even more interesting. And you just see the chin, the jaw just judder there, basically.
Seconds out.
As he took that right hand.
That was a heavy knockdown.
It was solid, very, very solid. So by our reckoning, it's 3 rounds to 1 in favour of McDonald, but that'll only be a 1-point margin due to the 10-8 in round 4, and that will give Wilson enormous confidence. And actually, I have to say, going straight back in with a 6-rounder, not a 4-rounder, if you're Wilson, that shows a lot of confidence in him, actually.
Everything about it is incredibly brave. The opponents he's faced to date 5 years ago, was the last fight, have all been, you know, foreign journeymen that would never have tested him anything like McDonald, and he's been out for 5 years.
Good uppercut there from McDonald, who seems to have got pretty much straight back in the groove. When he was knocked down there, he did go down heavy, but I was looking at his face, looking at his eyes straight away when he just stayed on the knee and waited for the 8 count, and you could see that his wits were about him. He was clear-headed enough. And he's looking for the right hand there, McDonald. Wilson, again, has just got to, throw that right when he gets the chance, and he does look for it there to the body.
certainly done something to the crowd, hasn't it?
It absolutely has. McDonald just trying to work that jab, looking for the uppercut. Was short with it. Wilson came over the top with the right hand. He needs to be careful there. McDonald took it well enough. Right hand in around the back of the guard, but Wilson's confident now with that right himself. He's happy just to let it go. Decent looking jab into the final minute of round 5, and McDonald has been on top in this round, you would say. Not to the extent that he was in the opening 3, but he's done the more work of the two. Wilson looking for that jab again. There's not an awful lot in it, but I would go blue corner at the moment.
Again, though, good work from Wilson. It just didn't look like it was going to be a really competitive contest after the first, certainly the first round, the second round as well. But fair play to Wilson. I just think this is a monumental effort after so long out. McDonald, yeah, he'll feel if he can stay out of trouble and stay away from that right hand. He's done enough anyway, apart from that huge knockout.
Well, one more round to go after this.
Knocked down, I should say.
It nearly was a knockout. So there goes the bell at the end of round 5. Two team captains over the far side of the ring there. Johnny Nelson, Tom Skinner getting right into this one. It's Johnny's old weight, of course, cruiserweight. He's just leaning on the apron, seeing if he can have a look into that corner. And it's not quite as serene a scene as it was after 3 rounds.
Of course, he's Leeds Armoury, isn't he, Johnny, and his team tonight, but they're 2 Sheffield men, so this a big deal for Johnny and his Sheffield man, McDonald. He's a big mentor for Sheldon.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Wilson.
Seconds out for the 6th and final round.
That is the tool for him, isn't it? That right hand.
Absolutely. So now they are called to the centre for a touch of gloves, because it wasn't the final round before the start of the 4th round. That's why it didn't happen then. Looking for a right hand there, right from the kick-off, Wilson. So this is 6th and final round. On my card anyway, for what it's worth, I've got Sheldon McDonald 4-1 up in rounds, but there was a 10-8 in there, of course, so it's a 2-point margin.
Good right hand from McDonald there.
Nice little jab there from McDonald. Stabbing jab. Doubles up in it, then looks for the right hand. He's got to stay busy, McDonald. Just keep that work rate tempo nice and high. Don't hold his feet.
We keep moving to the right as well, I suggest. If he can negate that right hand, he sees out the fight and he's a fairly comfortable winner. But that right hand that Wilson's proved is dynamite. Oh, as he hurt his hand there, I think Wilson. He just grimaced there as he landed that shot. I think that the hand may have gone.
He landed it around about the top of the belt line, the hip almost, and it could be the thumb made contact, but he's not got too long left now anyway, and the adrenaline is flowing, so I don't think that'll be too much of a problem. Looking for that double jab there, Wilson, just bouncing on the balls of his feet. This has been fought at a good tempo all the way through, and he's not been found wanting work rate-wise, which he maybe looked like he could be earlier in the piece, but he's found that second wind that he's needed, and the knockdown will have done an awful lot on that score.
I think it's been brilliant. To be honest, I thought it was really tentative from Wilson, understandably so at the start, but the way he's grown in confidence with that right hand in the 4th round, it's turned into a cracking contest that you wouldn't really have predicted at the start.
It's the final minute. I like watching McDonald though. He's got an appealing style because he's got that looseness, he's got that relaxedness, and he wants to just take his feet into that middle ground, and that in itself that's rolling the dice. That's where he needs to be to land his own shots, but particularly up at these higher weights. that does put you in some jeopardy.
Good 1-2 from Wilson again. Really good effort.
Right hand was slightly shorter, but solid enough. He landed it that time, but then McDonald came straight back with one. They almost landed simultaneously. There goes the bell, a touch of gloves, and that was another really, really good fight. We've had two crackers to kick things off here. We were always confident in this card in the matching, and it's proved to be the case so far. That was very entertaining. McDonald was winning competitive rounds after the first three. That was a nice right hand, but he took it well. He was just pulling his weight onto the back foot. Then Wilson with the knockdown in round 4. Well, that just threw everything up in the air, really. And McDonald, we have to give him a good amount of credit here too, because he recovered from that well. He went to the knee, he stayed on the knee, he looked to the corner, he got up at 8. And he didn't show too many ill effects of it, did he?
I thought it was a great effort by both men.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they both take a huge amount of credit from it, because it looked like it was going to be a fairly routine night for McDonald with a guy that's been out the ring for so long. Shot from the gods from Wilson's point of view, made it incredibly interesting for the final 2 and a bit rounds. But so McDonald has shown he can take an almighty shot. And Wilson, well, what a guy coming back 6th rounder against this fella.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 6 rounds of action, we go to the referee's scorecard. Our referee, Kevin Parker, scores the contest 57-56 for your winner. From Sheffield, Sheldon McDonald.
Gets a 57-56. So that's 4-2 in rounds. So our referee finding another round there for Julian Wilson that I didn't have on my card, but they were close, they were competitive rounds. So 4-2 in rounds, a 1-point margin due to the knockdown. Really, really good fight. Very, very enjoyable. Okay, let's head over to Hope in the studio. She's with the creator of the box off, Ricky Hatton. Actually, before that, we will get a word with Sheldon McDonald and Johnny Nelson after 6 cracking rounds there with Dom.
There we go. Well, what excitement. What a fantastic contest, but well done. You got the arm raised there. You took an almighty right hand. Fantastic to the way you handled that. You came through that bit of adversity when it was all going your way. I mean, talk us through that right hand first.
Yeah, obviously, in the boxer series, I got caught with a similar shot. I've learned from that. I've experienced it. That was the first time I took that kind of face that kind of adversity. Obviously, now I've learned from that. It helped me in this fight to be able to get up and push on for the win. And obviously, it's just testament to the training, my coaches, people around me. I was fit.
Well, yeah, you proved that, and you showed your skills and everything else. It looked like it was going to be fairly routine for you, the first couple of rounds. And again, you're looking at it, you think, I can coast through this. But you obviously got caught. You showed your resilience, and he showed, great effort for being out the ring for five years. So it turned into a great test for you, a really good learning fight.
Yeah, all respect to the opponent. I knew he was going to be live. Bit of an unknown character. I knew I had to dissect him when I got in the ring. No footage of him. Obviously, took them first 2 rounds to see what I've got. I got caught with a silly shot, and I come back from it. Kept on pushing. I feel like I won that round. I got put down. So yeah, that's what it showed on the scorecard.
You've got a very fan-friendly style as well. Your mentor here, Johnny, was bouncing around the ring. Is it because he's a Sheffield lad, or you're just really enthused by this fella?
This young man, from when I first set eyes on him, the skill he's got doesn't match the experience he's got. And so some fighters have got it naturally. This kid's a clever boxer. He's very smart, and I thought he'd never get outboxed. Got caught by mistake. From that mistake, he showed cojones, he showed bottle, he showed experience. Ego was put to one side. He was never going to be outboxed. And how he turned as proud man, as in tears. I thought, brilliant. And it was the best thing that could have happened, because now he's going to up his game mentally. It doesn't matter what we do on the outside. He'll up his game mentally to think, right, this is what I can do. This is who I am. This is what I'm capable of doing. Brilliant. Really happy about it.
It's a great watch anyway. You've got the job done tonight. Well done. Brilliant.
Thank you very much.
So there we have it. Sheldon McDonald, fantastic performance. Over to you, Hope, with a special guest, Raz, in the studio.
Director of the box off, Ricky Hatton. Razzie, two fantastically competitive fights to start off the night. I bet you're happy.
I am absolutely chuffed. Honestly, this is our first show. We're here in Telford. Couldn't have asked for two better fights, okay? And bearing in mind that these don't even form part of the main competition, honestly, could not have asked for more than that.
The main competition is starting next. Can you please explain the concept to people at home and the point scoring system?
Yeah, absolutely. So the main competition will start now. We've got two bouts, the female bouts. Both are 6-round fights, 6 2-minute rounds, and they will score points for their team. So we've got a running league table here that will be running on the screen as well, on the television, so people can see at home. And essentially, those fighters represent a team. So there will be either London, Birmingham, Leeds or Manchester, and the winning fighter will collect 4 points for their team. And as we progress through the evening, through the women's bouts and into the men's bouts, that league table will move up and down. So it will be great fun in seeing who's moving up and down. We've got 4 very animated captains over there. Ricky, Johnny, Tom and Jaykae. They're gunning for their fighters and it's going to be fantastic.
You mentioned 4 points. What if there's a knockout? There almost was there on the support fight.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got a bonus system in place. We'll have a point bonus for the knockout and that will get added onto the tally. So the fighters that win will progress into the Box Off Final 2023, date and venue to be announced. But those points that are collected will go towards the league table. So at the end of this evening, a captain's team, one of the teams, London, Birmingham, Leeds or Manchester, will be heading into the final as the team leading the competition. We get into the final, there's 6 points for a win, again a point for a bonus, and at the end of that, not only will we have the individual champions in their weight categories, the Box Off Champions 2023, but we'll have the Box Off Team Champions as well. Bragging rights, we're producing the best talent in the country. You know what it is all about.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen 2 fantastic fights there, but should we get the competition underway?
Absolutely. Let's get cracking.
Now, I've got 2 journeymen who are facing each other, in Ben Thomas and Daryl Sharp. Now, both these fighters have fought each other in the past. It was a draw, so really this fight is all or nothing for both fighters, isn't it?
It is absolutely. I didn't see the first fight, but from what I understand, it was an absolute war, and they're journeymen, but they are coming here to fight tonight because they know that they can progress into the next round of the competition. It's all to play for.
And of course, that means team captains Ricky Hatton and Johnny Nelson are going neck and neck. I'm going to hand over to our MC now to introduce the fighters for the competition to begin. Over to you, MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our action now starts in the light heavyweight division. So please welcome first into the arena to the blue corner, Big Ben Thomas!
I went to have a chat with these two yesterday before the press conference started, and it was really straightforward because they were sitting next to each other. They know each other well. They know each other very well indeed. It's a really good matchup, this, for exactly that reason.
2 pals, basically.
And his opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please now welcome into the arena to the red corner, Daryl Shaw.
And Daryl Sharp in particular, a very well-known name to boxing fans up and down the country the last few years. He actually won an area title back in 2017, and Thomas has boxed for one as well, losing to a very good fighter in Mark Jeffers. So these two are very, very capable. Sharp at the start of the year was dabbling with cruiserweight due to a bit of a lapse in his diet, he told me, but also because there were fights for him up there and he's not scared to go up there. I saw him do 6 rounds with Tommy Fletcher on a big show in January, and he did it without a problem against a big puncher.
Well, he is known as one of the hardest men in boxing for a reason, by the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening. Paul Webb, in association with the Box Off, proudly presents 4 rounds of action in the light heavyweight division. Brought to you by Bravos, Hype Energy Drinks, BE, and streamed exclusively live on Boxing Social. This bout sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, their supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Matt Harris. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. Martin Fallon, and our referee in charge of the action and scoring the bout, Mr. Chris Dean. So introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scales yesterday for this contest, 12 stone, 7 pounds, 7 ounces. He enters the ring with a professional record, 3 victories, 18 losses, 3 draws. Tonight, he wears the black shorts from Bolton, presenting Big Ben Thomas. His opponent tonight standing across the ring and boxing out of the red corner. His official weight on the scales for this contest, 12 stone, 5 pounds, 2 ounces. An experienced boxer in his 124th contest this evening, wearing the black and silver shorts from Middleton, presenting Daryl Shaw. Our referee, Mr. Christine, to give his final instructions.
Okay, fellas, you both know the rules. I want to see a good, clean fight. You say break, you break clean. Take yourselves at all times. Touch gloves.
When they last met, these two, was over 4 rounds. That finished in a draw 2 apiece back in June 2019. Big height difference between them, as you could see, as they were called to the centre there by Christine. So here we go. Sharp in that southpaw stance, looking to get those feet in and out nice and quick.
So intriguing, really, isn't it, as well, when you weigh up both these fellas. They're used to life on the road. A great opportunity, just get in there and do what you know you can do. No restrictions, if you like, and no limitations. Two lads that know each other so well. Little smirk at the referee's final instructions there as well.
Thomas just shutting down his own space a little bit there. Sharp getting hold of the forearm of the left arm there of Thomas on the blind side of the referee a little bit, just seeing if he could pull him in and maybe throw an uppercut. Thomas nice and upright, Sharp with those feet planted a bit wider, dips those knees, gets nice and low. Thomas trying to come in with a big smearing right hand. He turns southpaw now. Goes back to orthodox. Not too much has landed in this opening round so far, midway through it.
Ready?
A wild swing with the right hand from Sharp there, but amateur Ben Thomas had the more distinguished of the two amateur careers.
Yeah, he had some big wins, didn't he? There's
Lyndon Arthur.
Lyndon Arthur was one, and in folklore, if you listen to amateur folklore around your parts, then Dmitry Bivol's name rears its head on a club show from years back. It's not claimed as a win, is it? It's a narrow defeat, I believe.
Yeah, but still.
But still, absolutely, yeah. Sharp just getting his feet nice and close there and working to the body, just trying to usher Thomas in. That body attack
there as well now, by the way.
Absolutely, that body attack could be enough actually to maybe take this first round. There's not been an awful lot in it. Good right hand there, and down he goes. Big winging right hook there, and it's caught him high on the head. He just needs to beat the count here because the bell is gone. doesn't need to demonstrate to the referee that he's okay to continue, and that got him high on the head, Dom, and you just saw the legs go straight away. It scrambled him, as those types of shots can.
Any more time in the round and it's all over. Again, it was a little dance, wasn't it? You just knew straight away it was a peach of a shot. Been a good shot to the body as well previously from Sharp in that round, but again, it's the disparity that you alluded to at the start as well that makes that kind of shot so dangerous for the likes of Thomas. You know, he's winged it in, but and again, you can see it. Absolute peach.
Just dips low, doesn't he?
Yep.
And then throws that right hook almost over the top, and it catches him absolutely on the button. I thought it caught him a little bit higher on the head than that, to be honest. But that was
10 seconds.
a beautiful shot. And he was right at the end of the round, so in that situation, you can't be saved by the bell. You've just got to beat the count, and then you're fine, because you don't have to, as I say, prove to the ref that you're okay to continue. Has he recovered between rounds? That's the question, and Sharp's just digging those toes in now and letting his hands go. Looks for that exact same punch one more time, didn't quite land it. Grin on his face there.
He appears to have recovered reasonably well, Thomas. Eyes look clear, he looks
okay.
It's all right,
It's a strange thing when you get caught like that, because you talk to fighters about it, and sometimes your body betrays you, but your head's fine. Other times your body's working okay, but your head's not clear. It's crazy what can happen, the effect that a punch can have, and we saw the legs just stiffen, and he didn't have any control over them at all for a little while, but that can come back quite quick, and that minute between rounds, if that's enough to get your legs back underneath you, and it looks like it has been, if your head's always been clear, then you're kind of okay again. But he's got to give Sharp something to think about here, Thomas. Gain his respect a little bit. Hit him hard enough as he's coming forward, or accurately enough to keep him off, and that's exactly what he was looking to do there, just set down on that 1-2 a bit.
good body work from Sharp.
Yeah, that was clever. Just a little step off to the right-hand side and then the left hand straight down the middle. So it's that little step that makes that punch, really. That was a Hitman classic. He used to do that all the time, didn't he, Hatton? Step off to the right-hand side, left hand straight into the pit of the stomach. Corner asking for the jab from Thomas, and that's absolutely the right thing to do, I think, because you've got to try and just land on Sharp. It doesn't matter if it's clean, whether it's shoulders, whatever it is, just offset him. But he's just waiting, Sharp, isn't he, on that borderline, wanting to draw something from Thomas and then backing his hand speed. Look for that right hand again, but Thomas had the glove up that time.
Well, you'd think he'd be very much alive to that shot now after the end of the first round. Interesting, really, as well, the respective fighters' fitness levels. You know, the lads that are busy on the road, they tend not to train the same, obviously, as your prospects, and they don't spar. The sparring is all done in the fighting every other week. Or, you know, so how do they adapt to this when they're going in there with the real fight, the real ambition? I wonder if we see that as the fight progresses, because they're putting in a hell of a lot more than they normally have to, if you like, when they're...
Yeah, you know, Sharp will have an edge there because he's been boxing a lot this year, like he always does, whereas Thomas actually hasn't boxed since last September because he had some back cuts to get rid of and a few other things going on. So, you know, he's sucking the air in a little bit there, but he's trod these boards a good few times. But recently, like you say, Sharp he's boxed 19 times, I think, before tonight. This is his 20th of the year. A few of them have been up at a higher weight where he's had some, shall we say, some timber to carry around with him that he maybe shouldn't have. but he looks nice and trim in there. They both do, actually. Both looking really good nick into the second half here. And with a knockdown in the first round, that will have been a 10-8 for Sharp. That second round, you would say, was his as well, but it was competitive, certainly, from Thomas, who needs to get on the board in this third round now, and I think he knows it, just trying to tee up that right hand.
This is exactly the shot he's trying to get off there.
Decent body work there from Sharp. Heads just rubbing together a bit on the inside.
Yeah, the right hook to the body's worked well for Sharp. So interesting to imagine what somebody like Sharp takes from the contests he's had with just the biggest names, you know, around light heavy, cruiser, wherever it is. He's been in with everybody, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. You look at the record and the defeats. He's only been stopped 3 times, and I asked him yesterday who did he think was the best fighter he's been in with, and he said Liam Williams, and he's a world level fighter. He was for a spell, Liam, anyway, and he's one of the 3 who's managed to stop him. But other than that, you know, he gets through the rounds. He understands what his role is and doesn't generally upset the apple cart too much, as you said right there at the top of the program, because you need to keep that phone ringing. There's that right hand again. He just dips off to his left hand side, throws it over the top, and Thomas that time again though had that glove up. They've got good technique, the pair of them. Having a little conversation.
Quite happy to sit on the ropes there. Again, just feel that he's just trying to detonate that right hand.
He is. He's always just trying to tempt him in, and he's thrown it and landed it, or potentially landed it, a few times since the knockdown, actually, but Thomas has just managed to defend it more effectively. Hasn't been caught standing quite so upright, quite so tall. So one more to go here. Got Sharp in front in this one. Got John Pegg in the corner with him tonight.
An interesting situation with both lads. They've had the association with Kieran Farrell, haven't they? Who's now based in Essex at the Bosch gym. Mr. Bosch is over the road from us here at this fine venue in Telford.
Yeah, our captains all sat over on the far side there. Johnny Nelson, Ricky Hatton, Jaykae representing Birmingham, Tom Skinner representing London, just down the road from me actually, Romford. He's got a real interest. They both have. We know about Johnny and Ricky, of course, but Tom and Jaykae are very much invested in the sport. Jaykae
final round
with McCracken's gym, partnered up with Spencer McCracken Jr., doing good things. Got some good fighters boxing out of that gym. Adam Hamed's one of them, actually. The 2 Hamed brothers. We saw Adam Hamed make his debut in Poland on that Dubois-Usyk card a few weeks ago. So they've got some fighters coming through the ranks there.
I think he'll have a step up next time he fights Hamed.
I think so. That first one was fair enough. For a debut.
That's
but
no fault of Hamed's anyway.
No, of course. But he won't have learned an enormous amount from that. It was kind of about this ceremony almost. Nice right hand on the inside there from Thomas. Just pulled back and caught Sharp on the way in.
He's putting something behind these shots now, Thomas.
He is, just planting that front foot and whipping that right hand up from under. Good left hook there again. And this is his best spell of the fight here, Thomas.
Still plenty of chat from Sharp. They're both having success in this round. It has been good work from Thomas. From Sharp's point of view, got to be a little bit careful here, because if you feel that, you know, as he will, that with that knockdown he's ahead.
Yeah, I just want to give anything away here, because he had that knockdown in the first round. Second round, third round, I'd say he did the better work. But Thomas is letting his hands go a little bit here, and he doesn't want to walk onto anything.
These are some big shots as well that Thomas is having success with here.
The reality is, if you get knocked down in the first round of a four-round fight, you need to win the other 3 rounds if you're going to win the fight, and it's difficult to see that being the case here. But he's having a good finish here, Thomas. And that's the shot he's looking for, and percentage-wise, it's a good one, because he does dip low, Thomas. Sharp, rather. And whipping that uppercut in, you're going to hit something. And there's that right hand. He landed it that time, but he took it okay there, Thomas. So there goes the final bell, an embrace between the two. Decent fight to watch. Sharp was always ahead thanks to that knockdown in round 1. From that point onwards, Thomas, unless he managed to level up with a knockdown of his own, needed to win the 3 remaining rounds, which he hasn't done. I'd give him that final round, Dom, I think,
yeah,
Ben
definitely.
Thomas, but rounds 2 and 3, I'd probably go Sharp's way, and whichever way you look at it, the card is going to go in Sharp's favour.
I'd say so. I think from Ben Thomas's point of view, I'm sure he's going to be very frustrated with that knockdown that's completely ruined his plans. But if he'd have managed to turn up the heat like he did in the 4th round, in the 3rd round maybe, it would be a much tighter affair, we feel. But he did very good work in the 4th round. And I think Sharp, yeah, as you say, with the knockdown, you feel he's done enough.
And it does just show you as well the ability level that these two have got.
This is why we were talking about this before anything happened tonight. We're just looking forward to see these two lads with the handbrake off, as you put it.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 4 rounds of action, we go to the referee's scorecard. Our referee, Christine, scores the contest 39-36 for your winner, Daryl Sharp!
So Daryl Sharp gets it. That translates to 3 rounds to 1 with the knockdown. So I think that 4th and final round will have gone Ben Thomas's way. Daryl Sharp will have taken the first 3. And it was a pretty easy fight to score, to be honest. There's some good quality in there from the pair of them. We know that they're used to the away corner, and they know the scripts when it comes to fighting in the away corner, but you can just see that the pair of them, there's some real ability there. Daryl Sharp now down ringside with Dom.
Well, Daryl, well done tonight. I know you're in against a fella that you know so well, but it's a funny one, isn't it? I mean, you're used to life on the road. You get in there tonight and you get to show what you're really all about. Is that the way you felt?
Yeah, obviously, like, Kieran got hold of me about this. And obviously, Ben, we've boxed before, better draw, we always have wars in the fight. But we said with this, obviously, we both come to win and, like, go to the next stage. And I've told a few of my friends I'll catch him in that shot, and I did. But yeah, he's a good friend of mine, Ben, and he just got caught, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a great shot, and I think obviously if that round had more in it, if you like, more left in that round, it could have been an early night for you. But fair play to Ben, he came back, he had a good 4th round as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he had a good. He's a tough fighter, Ben. Like, he's the same as me. Like, when we fight, we're obviously journeymen, but we don't just turn up to come here and get beat up. We turn up to get paid and have a good fight. Do you know what I mean? So, Ben, he's a good guy, Ben.
Now, this box off is perfect for a lad like you then, isn't it? Because it's kind of, as we've been saying, it's like the handbrake off. You come here, you show what you're all about, and you've got another fight in the bag now.
Yeah, that's it. Like, obviously, everyone knows we're journeymen. If
you go out and you beat someone or you stop someone, the phone goes dead for 3 weeks. So with this, it's good just to be able to come out and crack on with it.
Well, you've done just that, so well done tonight. I'm sure I can see by the smile on your face you enjoyed it. We'll see you again soon, so well done, Daryl. So Daryl Sharp there, victorious. Back to you, Hope, and I think you have a couple of captains with you.
I'm now in the studio with the victorious Johnny Nelson from the Leeds Armoury and Ricky Hatton, whose man didn't get the job done today. Talk to me about that fight just there that you've seen.
Yeah, it was a good fight. You know, Ben was he did fantastic to get up off the floor. You know what I mean? He was boxing just easy into the fight, and it was a bad one. You know, didn't look like much, but you know, all that was just clip that little bit of the chin. You know, and you're in trouble. But he got up, and I thought he come back quite well. To be honest with you, I thought he was busy. You know what I mean? And Sharpie seemed to be waiting a little bit too long, and I thought we might have just nicked it, but wasn't quite meant to be.
What would your advice be to him from that performance moving forward?
I think just be a little bit busier. You know what I mean? You know, I mean, to be honest with you, he should be very proud of himself. It was a heavy knockdown, and he come back, and I thought he come back, you know, really well in the second round. Second round was pretty close, but once his head had cleared, rounds 3 and 4. I thought we might have got a draw. Or he might have pinched it on the cards and that. But fair play to him. He went down. He got up his heavy knockdown, and fair play to him. Yeah. So I don't think there was much in it, mate.
Well, Johnny, you're a happy man. First fight of the competition, and you're crowned victorious. Daryl Sharp, your fighter there. Lots of venom in his shots. What did you make of that performance?
I think it was this fight here. I think it was on point, sharp, disciplined, and that's what we needed, and that's what this tournament is needed for every fighter. They've got to stay disciplined. They've got to stay on point, because we saw early on when Shelly McDonald boxed, the second he switched off, he got put down. And this is what Roger's been telling all of his fighters: stay sharp. If you don't stay sharp, you're going to get turned over. The fights are too short to be making mistakes. And so it was good. I enjoyed it.
I'll tell you what, fair play to the matchmakers, because the 3 fights have been brilliant. Absolutely fantastic, yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about Sheldon. I know that you're a mentor for him. You work closely with him. He looks up to you. He did get knocked down, but he got back up again. What did you make of his performance?
Sean McDonald was in the boxer tournament, and he was the most skillful fighter in it, but with the least experience. And when I've seen this kid at grassroots, he's just the knowledge he has is ridiculous. So I knew his boxing ability should do him, but he lost the tournament through lack of experience. He learnt from that, and in this one here, he got clipped, went down, took his time, stayed patient, didn't panic, back up again, back to basics. Has a brilliant jab, excellent movement for a young man that's had less than 10 professional fights. He shows good knowledge and good wisdom. I think, to me, that was probably the best learning fight he's had so far in his professional career. So as Ricky said, matchmaking, perfect, because if you'd have said two or three fights down the line to fight Julian, I said, no, let's leave that alone for now. But this is a fight he had to take to move to that next level. So, more than excited.
And let's touch on Julian Wilson for a moment. Out of the ring for 5 years. He performed well, considering, didn't he?
I had a good word with him afterwards and said to him, listen to me, you can fight and you're dangerous. He was mad at him because of the mistakes he made. And my message to him was this: if you go in the ring and you do everything right and get turned over, be mad at yourself. You know, I understand. You know, but when you go in there and think, well, that didn't work, this didn't work, there's room for improvement. So this young man can fight. I hope his heart and his ego's not bruised too much, because I'm telling you now, 2 or 3 fights down the line, those two, they want him to do it again. But there's got to be something on the line for it.
Ricky, when I came to your gym to visit you and your fighters, you said something similar to what Johnny's just said there. You said, don't leave anything out of the ring. Don't look in the mirror the next day and think, oh, I could have done a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, there must be the worst thing in the world for a fighter or for any sportsman to go, you know what, I could have done a little bit more last night, you know what I mean? I said to him, you know, don't put yourself in that situation. It's 4 rounds, lay it all on the line, give it everything you've got, put your foot down. And to be honest with you, that's what the first 3 fights, that's what they've done. They've put the foot down, but the quality's been good as well. It hasn't just been like a swinging match where they're swinging for, you know, from the back of the hall type thing. I think the work rate's been high, the quality's been good, and 3 belting fights. If the rest of the fights keep going that way, massive, the box office turning into a massive success.
Well, let's hope that they do. You two can go and sit and chill, because you're not actually in the contest for this next one. It's Tom Skinner and Jaykae facing off, London versus Birmingham. Over to our MC, Jonathan Millard.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the action continues now with our light heavyweight division. So please welcome first into the arena to the blue corner, Jackson Action Osagi.
Jackson Osagi representing Birmingham, where he now resides, originally from Nigeria, moved to Italy back in 2007, then from Italy to the UK in 2014. Just 3 pro fights. Started boxing just 3 years ago. A little bit of amateur stuff, some white collar stuff, but he was very confident when I spoke to him yesterday. I'm kind of intrigued to see what we'll get from him, because he's one of the fighters in this competition who, when I saw his name, was a complete unknown to me. 2 wins and 1 defeat.
And his opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please now welcome into the ring and to the red corner, the Camden caretaker, Robbie Chapman.
So this is the Camden caretaker. He was a good amateur, Robbie Chapman, had some notable wins. Scalps to the likes of Denzel Bentley, Linus Udofia. And he turned pro as a prospect in the home corner, but tickets was a problem. Shifting those tickets was a problem. He headed for the away corner, and that's where he's plied his trade since. Was in demand during COVID, getting in with the likes of Jordan Reynolds, Kevin Agyarko, and just loves boxing, boxes as much as he can. A good example of a fighter who, if things had been different, if he'd had a little bit more backing, could sell a few more tickets, then who knows what might have happened. And there's your record, 11 wins, most of those coming early on. 2-1-0 for Jackson Osagi. I cannot wait to see what we'll get with this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening. Paul Webb, in association with the Box Off, proudly present 4 rounds of action in the light heavyweight division. Brought to you in association with Bravos, Hype Energy Drinks, and BE. Streamed live and exclusive on Boxing Social. This bout sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Their supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Matt Harris. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. Martin Fallon. And our referee in charge of the action and scoring the bout, referee Kevin Parker. So introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scales for this contest, 12 stone, 1 pound, 8 ounces. He enters the ring tonight with a professional record of 2 victories, 1 defeat. Wearing the black and red shorts, representing the tribe from Nigeria via Birmingham, presenting Jackson Action Osagi. His opponent tonight, boxing out of the red corner, standing across the ring. His official weight for this contest, 12 stone, 6 pounds, 4 ounces. He enters the ring tonight with a professional record, 11 victories, 2 coming within the distance, 32 defeats and 5 draws, wearing the blue and silver shorts. Representing the Governors from Chalk Farm, London, presenting the Camden caretaker, Robbie Chapman. Our referee to give his final instructions.
Gents, you both know the rules. I expect a clean fight. Watch your heads, no low blows. Obey my commands at all times. Above all, protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. Thank you.
Kevin Parker, the man in the middle for this one. 4 rounds at light heavyweight. We've just seen Daryl Sharp win his fight at 175 pounds.
For the first round.
And that's Chapman on the left-hand side there in the blue and silver. Jackson Asagi in the black. For the 1-2 there, Chapman, and then just rolled away onto an uppercut from Asagi. It didn't land heavy. There's that 1-2 again from Chapman. He lets that go nice and loose when he fires it. He could do with firing it a bit more. Pops the jab up from the waist because Asagi, again, is one of these guys. He's a little bit shorter. He's got to get that bit closer to you if he's going to land, and Chapman could keep this on the outside. He's got the tools to do it, but he does like to have a fight. Good left hand there from Chapman.
Well, physically, the dimensions, you think you would try and keep it that way, wouldn't you? And particularly when you were talking before about the amateur pedigree. That's as far as Chapman's concerned. Just 3 fights though from Asagi, 31 years of age. He's just, where's he been? He looks decent, doesn't he? He looks lively. And
he does, yeah. He looks like he's got good fundamentals too. He's quite compact, he's quite tidy, but he said to me that he's been fighting for a long time, just not necessarily in an organised setting. But it doesn't look that way. Like you say, he's nice and side on. His gloves are up for the most part. And he looks relaxed in there. He looks at home in there. That's the main thing. As does Chapman, of course. He's been doing this a really long time.
And as laid back a ring walk as you're ever likely to see, as far as the Camden caretaker is concerned. Describes himself as the best looking journeyman.
That's good work from Chapman. Jabbed and then just slipped off to his left. Not loads in this opening round. Just tucking up behind the shoulder there, Chapman. He's finding a bit of rhythm towards the end of the round here. Slips back onto the ropes, delivers a couple of decent right hands there, Chapman. Again, just tucking that chin in behind the shoulder, sinking into the ropes.
See a little bit more from Asagi in the second round. Let the hands go. That's the advice being given. We've seen a bit of drama in everything so far tonight, haven't we? So
we have. We absolutely have. And with someone like Asagi, he's in with a fighter in Chapman who is technically skilled. He's an accomplished fighter, and what he can't do is let him settle into a rhythm, which he was beginning to find towards the end of that previous round. He was happy just pulling his weight onto the back foot, as I say. He's got that left hand low, but just tucks that chin in.
Round 2.
How's that right hand ready to go? Asagi reaching for that right hand. He might need 2 phases of attack here because Chapman just slips out of range. He pulls his feet out of range. He might need to go and then go again to get on top of him. Little feint there from Chapman.
Ooh. Tried to land a big right hand, Chapman.
Timed that well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Again, just waited for Sagi to come forward, made him fall short, rocked onto his back foot, and then that short right hand counter.
Taken very well, though, it has to be said.
Absolutely. Nice jab on the move there from Chapman. Right hand from Asagi, just about reached, but again Chapman, he just draws that weight back, rides the shot. It's difficult this for Asagi because he's falling just short. Chapman's making him fall just short, almost with everything that he throws. Good example there, the jab was fractionally short because again he's just shifted that weight. Chapman came back with a 1-2, nothing massively solid about it, but the right hand landed. Sagi supporters around us here want a little bit more from him. It's easier said than done. He took his feet in a little bit closer that time, let the 1-2 go, but Chapman's comfortable enough there. He sinks into the ropes and looks to try and throw that counter.
Well, Chapman's not doing an awful lot at the minute, is he?
No, that's a fair point, he isn't. He isn't, he's picking his punches is what he's doing. Asagi just coming forward and he's the one being the more proactive of the two. Left hand there, I think, from Chapman. Final few seconds of round two. Sagi having a decent finish to the round here. Again, he's covering up there, Chapman. Nothing particular is getting through, but you're right, Dom. The optic of it, the final minute of that second round, was that Sagi's the one making the running. He's the one coming forward. He's the one throwing shots. I think there might be a bit of damage to the forehead there of Chapman, just peering across the ring. A clash of heads maybe, and a cut above the left eye. The referee hasn't made any kind of indication as to how that was caused, but he finished around well there, Asagi, didn't he? And he'll see that cut, however it was caused, and it'll give him confidence.
Yep. It was a clash of heads, accidental clash of heads. Kevin Parker, the referee, has acknowledged that.
Corners, 10 seconds.
As you say, yeah, psychologically, should just give Asagi a bit of a lift.
Seconds out, round 3.
He's looked slick, he's looked good, he's looked technically accomplished in the opening couple of rounds here, Chapman, but I think he just needs to go with Asagi a little bit more here. He won that opening round. Second round, strong finish from Asagi, tight round. Chapman, you know, he's got to make sure that he puts his stamp on it when he feels that he needs to. Trying to time the right hand there as Asagi came in. Nice left hand into the body, just inching in, inching forward here, Chapman. And he is looking to be more aggressive. That'll suit Asagi though.
Yeah, the right hand off the ropes there from Chapman was good.
Asagi wasn't far away with a left hook just before that. And this is nicely heating up now. Decent combination there from Asagi. Shake of the head from Chapman, but down he goes. Left hand landed. I thought it did. The referee calls a slip there, and there's a cut on the corner of the right eye now of Chapman as well. Be interested to see a replay of that. If a punch starts it, and then your feet cross and tangle and you go down, then really, it should be given. Good left hand there from Asagi. We'll find out either way in due course, but he's having a good spell here. the Nigerian. Again, just lets go with these big, scything hooks.
Yeah, it's the bent arm shots from Asagi that are causing the damage, and the Cameron caretaker is looking a bit ragged now. I think it's probably the visual of the hair as well as the cuts now over both eyes, and a tumble to the floor and the slip, and as I say, just a bit of a ragged look at the moment.
Again, no knockdown there. There is quite a lot of scar tissue around those eyes. You notice that when you get up close with Robbie Chapman. You can see there's some damage, and the referee's having a word there with Asagi. So cuts, I think, are something that are always a possibility for him. Into the final minute of round 3, and Asagi just wants to get close and let his hands go. That's what he's wanted to do from the start. Right hand taken on the glove there from Chapman, but the right hand, the second one from Asagi, I think did get through, and I think we're going to have a hell of a final round here, Dom, because the first round was Chapman's. This round, you would say, is Asagi's. The middle one could have gone either way.
Well, call them slips, call them what you like, but it's been absolutely Asagi's round. He's had his man down a couple of times, where, yeah, again, questionable on one of them, and again, he's been all over the place, Chapman, in this round. The cuts haven't helped either.
And he's just letting those hands go, Asagi, far side of the ring. He couldn't catch up with Chapman in that opening round for the first 5 minutes of the fight, really. And since then, he's got his feet closer, he's got into range. And the doctor, I think, is going to come over and have a look at that. Have a look at that cut. This is a 4-round fight, and we're beyond the completion of 2 rounds. So if the fight is stopped due to this cut, then it's from an accidental clash of heads. Then we'll go to the scorecards. There's only a few seconds remaining in round 3. And the referee will allow this to continue, which is sensible, I think, and see what the corner can do in between rounds.
It is a nasty looking one, though.
It is. Lighting a fire underneath Chapman here, because he knows the final few seconds of this round could be absolutely crucial. But Asagi, I think, has done enough to take this 3rd round. Well, this is very nicely set up.
Well, we are being treated here in Telford this evening in the box-off tournament, because the matching's been fantastic. I think that's a strong round for Asagi. I think everything went his way, even though the knockdowns were not given, if you like.
It's a tough one, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because something lands there, but it's maybe a forearm that takes him off balance more. So actually, I think that's a good call from the referee. I wondered whether the left hand landed, and then he lost his balance a bit, his feet tangled, and he went down. And sometimes you don't see them given when they should be, really. But that one, I think it was a forearm, I think, wasn't it? A bit of a push, maybe.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Kev Parker's done a good job there.
Seconds out for the 4th and final round.
Swathing that Vaseline on. I wouldn't be surprised if the referee gets some of that rubbed off. He's having a good look at it. He's having a good look at it, and he's just smoothed a little bit away. So, 4th and final round. It could be 2-1 either way, this, through 3 rounds. And Asagi just steps in and looks for that right hand. And Chapman he's got to meet fire with fire a bit more in this final round. He can't keep doing this. Asagi just muscling his way onto the inside again there. Jab from Chapman. Could do with more of that from him. He's got to hit Asagi when he's on the way in. Just cramping himself slightly there, Chapman, trying to let that right hand go. Minute into the final round.
Takes a decent left off Asagi there. I just wonder what that cut will do to Chapman's kind of psychology. He's due to fight again in a few weeks.
Well, exactly. You'll have a few in the diary.
Reece Farnhill, who's a very good fighter. He's due to fight him, but that cut, you'd imagine, will keep him out of action anyway.
Chapman just leaning into Asagi. Bit of blood coming out of the end of the nose there, maybe, of Asagi. Could be transfer from Chapman, but I think it's his own. Chapman just looking to get on top of him a little bit and try and bully him slightly towards the end of the fight. Asagi beginning to blow a touch. This is all up for grabs here, heading towards the final minute. It really is. They're both looking a bit tired. And that blood just flowing from the end of the nose there of Asagi. So he looks to try and wipe it away. Might be having a few problems breathing. Chapman trying to ditch that right hand over the top. If either one of them could get a good finish here, this could be enough to take this final round, couldn't it?
They've got half a minute to make that statement. It's all about Kevin Parker. It's all about what he sees, what he feels. He's not happy.
Well, it's been a bit scrappy this final round. A little bit scrappy. They've fallen into each other. Nice right hand off the back foot there from Chapman. He just gets hold of Asagi. Again, looking for the counter there, Chapman. Didn't quite land it. Right hand and a left on the inside from Asagi. And it's Chapman who's maybe looking a little bit stronger of the two as we finish. But I think the way we're looking at this, as we hear the final bell, is that Chapman took that first round. Asagi took the third round. The second and the fourth, kind of hard to say, really.
I think possibly the energy and endeavour of Asagi may just tip the balance for him, and I think, you know, or at the contentious slip stroke, potential
tight,
knockdown.
Though, isn't it? It is tight.
Look, it was it did turn into a bit of a scruffy affair as well. Let's face it.
No, that's
again,
true. The final round,
he's closer to the action than even we are in our privileged position here, Andy. So.
Absolutely, and he does do a good job of tucking up Chapman. Maybe in that final round, the more meaningful punches, actually the more cleaner punches came from him, but looking to try and split hairs. There's a decent right-hand counter, for example. He's a muscular kind of fighter, Asagi, but impressive for someone who took up boxing just 3 years ago. Very impressive. You see those cuts over the eyes there of Chapman, the touchy gloves between the two. Jonathan has got the slip in his hand. Just checking something. At ringside, you have to be absolutely sure before you give that score. Once it's gone, there's no taking it back. Could be 2-1, could be 3-1 either way, could be 2-2. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 4 rounds of action, we go to the referee's scorecard. Our referee, Kevin Parker, scores the contest 37-37, a draw. Sorry, 38-38, a draw. So let's hear it for both Jackson Asagi and Robbie Chapman.
So 38-38, a draw, and that was a very possible outcome, As we said, it could have been 3-1 either way or a draw. That was the way we looked at it. It was absolutely the way we saw it. It was tight. Round 1, Chapman. Round 3, Asagi. Round 2, round 4. Very difficult to say. For the purposes of the competition, I'll just remind you, these two do need to be split. And I think Dom is just having a conversation now before he conducts the post-fight interview. And maybe he'll be able to enlighten us as to which way the casting vote has gone. On their records, it will remain a draw. The British Boxing Board of Control have to make that the rule, but for the purposes of the tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the concept of box off means that we must have a winner in the outcome of a draw. So ladies and gentlemen, we go to our sponsors for this contest to decide the winner. With your winner, they declaim the Campton caretaker, Robbie Chapman, will advance.
Fantastic contest. Well done, Jonathan. Well done, Robbie. It's obviously a draw, but you've been given the nod from the sponsor, so you officially get the points for your team tonight, even though it's a draw. So, again, you fought out a brilliant contest there. I mean, did you think you'd done enough tonight?
I said, can
Jackson?
He got the point before.
I beg you. Yeah, a bit of confusion. Obviously, it's a draw, but there has to be a winner. The points have to be awarded to the team. The sponsors have given Robbie the points tonight, so it's a draw, but Robbie gets the points for his team. So Jackson, great effort. So I can see you're disappointed with that anyway, but in terms of the draw, how did you feel that decision? Did you feel that was wrong?
That was definitely wrong. I gave him a knockout. He knows that. No, listen, bro, that was a knockout. Obviously, the referee didn't say nothing about that. And I've been landing him punches. He's just surviving. You know what I mean? So now it's a draw. A game I clearly won. Everybody saw. And then obviously you're also giving him the points. So I just feel like this is history, always repeating himself. I'm gonna say this clear and crystal clear. I'm not gonna hide this shit. You get me? After today, I'm taking off my gloves and I'm dropping the boxing shit because at the end of the day, no, listen, at the end of the day, I can't work hard. I got this. We all know I got this. If you to ask the audience who got this, they will let you know. You know what I mean? So this is unfair.
Listen, I understand it's emotional for you now at the moment. As I say, it's awarded a draw, but Robbie, again, from your point of view, you've heard Jackson's point of view. You tell us what you think.
So I would have said, I thought it was pretty clear, like obviously that I won probably 3 rounds to 1. And I understand you're frustrated, but a knockdown is on camera.
Man, hold on, eyes, bro.
Yeah, no, hold on.
Eyes.
I tell you, brother, listen, I'll let you talk, yeah? Now let me talk. This one was from before you, and then you didn't even open it up. And then I'm telling you, I'm telling you for real. I'm telling you, you can watch the videos, innit? Like, I'm not, so, if you want to know, fuck it, your question, yeah?
Well, anyway, listen, so it's a draw, you get the points for the team.
Yeah.
You've got to let that heal now anyway, haven't you?
Yeah. So, how did I think it went? I thought, obviously, I won 3 rounds. The knockdown, you'll see on camera, we've caught gloves like this, lost balance. But you'll see, for real, I understand you're frustrated, I'll be too, but you'll see it back on camera. That's why I don't want you to shout. Okay, history. But if you watch it back, you'll see. Thank you, man, thanks.
You both got a good show.
Can I just say, please. I understand. Listen, come and fight on the road with me, man, and then everything's happy from here, man. Don't lose your stress. Okay, we'll watch the fight, man. We'll watch the fight.
Listen,
unlucky. The points is not.
Listen.
It was a good fight. I thought it was
emotional. Well done tonight. Well done. Well done, Robbie.
Whatever's next. Come fight on the road with me if you want.
Well, there you go. They're going to keep talking here, I think. Anyway. So 2 good lads. Back to you, Hope.
Frustration there from your guy, Jackson Asagi. He's actually saying, if I heard it correctly, that he's going to take his gloves off. He doesn't want to fight anymore because he felt it wasn't a draw and he felt it wasn't fair that his team didn't get the point in the tournament. JK, what did you make of that?
I think Jackson won, you know. I had him the first, the second, and I had him 3 out of 4 rounds anyway. He was very tired in the last round. I don't think it was enough for him to take the loss though. We're wounded. Obviously, they've given London the point, which will be appealing tomorrow, my lawyers, yeah. But big up Jackson, he just fought his heart out there, man. The other kid was cut quite bad.
As team captain, what are you going to say to Jackson now? Because he's saying that he's done with boxing.
Nah, I will speak to him afterwards. He ain't done with boxing. He's saying because he got a draw and because they give it the other guy that he's retiring. My lad Jackson.
For the audience at home, these guys can't hear what was going on ringside, so I'm just trying to fill him in.
Yeah, so but I don't think he's going to hang his gloves up. If anything, we'll get him the same fight again. Let him run it back, innit? We'll see what happens. On his boxing record, it says draw. It's not the worst, innit? It's not the end of the world.
Tom, it was a draw, but that means they decided you get the point for the governors.
Personally, I sat there ringside. I did think this is the caretaker won it in my view. You know what I mean? All day. So he outboxed him. He was working him harder. He landed more shots. It was a great fight to watch. I don't know what's just happening. I'm going to go in and change him with Seymour. Make sure they're both all right. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, I'll let you go do that, and I'll go back to my MC, Jonathan Millard, for our next bout of the evening. Over to you, Jonathan.
What is next? You know.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the action continues now in the women's welterweight division. So please welcome first into the arena to the blue corner, Sarah Worsfold.
So 6 2-minute rounds we've got here between Sarah Worsfold and Bree Wright. Sarah Worsfold, just 1 fight as a pro. In boxing, that is. She's enormously experienced in the world of kickboxing, won everything, including world titles. Alec Wilkie, her trainer,
making his way into the ring with her. She made her debut back in June, winning against an experienced fighter, a 14-10 fighter, won 4 rounds to 2. That was at York Hall.
And her opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please now welcome into the arena to the red corner, Bree Wright.
Bree Wright representing the Leeds team. 3 fights and 3 wins as an amateur. She won the national development title. And she's been in heavy demand for sparring as well. It's a main sparring partner for Tasha Jonas ahead of her fight against Eve-Marie Decaire. Has been in camp with Cecilia Breckus. I think might be sparring Caroline Dubois actually before too long. Hannah Rankin, so picked up loads of good experience there. And I think this could be an interesting fight because I say in the boxing ring, it's Wright who's got the more experience, amateur and pro, but Worsfold is extremely experienced in combat sports and has decided to turn to boxing because the profile the sport has got at the moment, basically. She's 32 and wanted to have a crack at it before time ran out.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening. Paul Webb, in association with the Box Off, proudly presents 6 2-minute rounds in the welterweight division. Brought to you by Bravos, Hype Energy Drinks and BE. Streamed exclusively on Boxing Social. This bout sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Their supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Matt Harris. Our timekeeper at the bell for this contest, Mr. Martin Fallon. And our referee in charge of the action and scoring the bout, Mr. Chris Dean. So introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, her official weight on the scales, 10 stone, 6 pound, 1 ounce. Tonight, she enters the ring with a perfect professional record, 1 victory and no defeats. Tonight, she wears the black shorts, representing Team Governors from Hornchurch, London, presenting Sarah Worsfold. Her opponent tonight, standing across the ring, boxing out of the red corner, her official weight on the scales, 10 stone, 6 pound, 8 ounces. She also holds a perfect professional record, 3 victories with 1 stoppage, no defeats. Tonight, she wears the white and blue shorts and represents the Armory from Sheffield, presenting Bree Wright. Someone's O has got to go. Our referee, Mr. Chris Dean, to give his final instructions.
Okay, boxers, you both know the rules. We say a good clean fight. We say break clean. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves.
Both fighters just showing the referee that they've got gum shields in. And away we go. So Bree Wright in the white, Sarah Worsfold in the black. And Wright starting quick here, just climbing straight into Worsfold and letting those gloves go. She's got long arms on her, Bree Wright. Tall, lean, angular kind of fighter. And she's looking to really get on top of Worsfold early here. And you often see this in female pro boxing with these 2-minute rounds, and with the condition that these fighters are in, they can really put the hammer down for the whole 2 minutes, recover in a minute in between rounds and then go again. And Worsfold, the job she's got is getting inside that reach at the minute. Good jab again there from Wright, pops it up from the waist.
Those straight shots working really well for Wright early on in this. There's all the height and reach advantages, Bree Wright.
Worsfold just trying to look for that jab, leads off with the hook, but she wasn't nearly close enough to land it. Bit of fancy footwork there from Wright, turns southpaw, those gloves low. Just popping that lead hand, whichever one it happens to be, from the outside, and again there, and Worsfold has just got to stay focused here. Try and move that head a bit more as she comes forward. Work her way in. There's a long way to go here. Wright's having the better of this opening round, that's for sure, but this is the first round in the sixth rounder.
Well, Bree Wright, just the better technician, you feel. But Worsfold, very tough operator, obviously for the MMA kickboxing background. There's so many fighters that we've seen in recent times that have come from those backgrounds into boxing. A little bit of showboating from Bree in there. She was enjoying herself, wasn't she?
She was. She started very, very quick. Caught Worsfold maybe a touch cold, switched stances a couple of times. She's got those long arms on her. She's tall, but she has really got long arms, and that's a great thing for a fighter. On an average person, your height and your reach are basically the same. So if you see a tailor the tape and someone's 6 foot, their reach on a average person might be 72 inches, but when you research it with fighters, they're often 3 or 4 inches beyond that.
Seconds out.
And if you can use that, then that's how you can kind of keep it on the outside. Worsfold, the challenge for her, as we said, is to get inside that lead hand, and she's got to move that head a little bit more, maybe just, and not just side to side, up and down, drop her height a touch, because she's got to get those feet close enough to land on Wright, basically. That's a solid left hand there out of the southpaw stance from Wright. And as she's in that southpaw stance, Alec Wilkie, Worsfold's trainer, telling her, you've got to move over to your left, move to your left and drop that right hand.
Do you think she's a Savannah Marshall fan by any chance?
I think she may well be.
Has that languid style, Bree, similar to Savannah.
Good left hand on the inside there from Wright. Who isn't averse to planting her feet and letting her hands go either. Got a bit of everything. She's got to stick to the task in hand here, Worsfold, and have faith in the system, if you like, that if she keeps applying the pressure, keeps shuffling forward, tuck up, try and move that head, throw some feints, that maybe the tank will begin to run a little bit low for Wright, and when it does, she'll back her ability to get something done.
You can just see the toughness in Worsfold, though, can't you? She's battle hardened.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good stiff left hand again there from Wright. And she's winning this round, and another good one as well. Just plants that lead foot wide and letting her hands go here. Another left hand just knocks the head back there of Worsfold, who took those okay, but that's a really good finish to the round there from Wright.
Excellent shot selection there from Bree Wright. Really, really good shots. Again, Worsfold, she's in the corner, she's taking it all in. I think she, again, showing that toughness.
Right hand lead there, boxing out of the orthodox stance. And she'll switch southpaw, and it was towards the end of the round with that left hand, out of the left-handed stance, that she really registered. She's got to be able to keep this tempo high, Bree Wright, though. She's got to be able to keep the in the
10
shot.
seconds.
More importantly, because if that goes at any point, then
Worsfold will just look to, as I
Second
say,
set,
just keep inching
round
forward with
3.
that front foot and basically walk through her. Again, gets through with the left hand there, right. Worsfold attacking the body on the inside. Good combination again there from right. Body and head. And again there, right hand to the body, looks to the left, up to the head. Launches that left hand from distance. And again, just trying to let her hands go. Worsfold, eyes closed almost there, just walking through a couple. Good left hand on the inside there from Worsfold though. This will be what she wants. We're heading up towards the midway stage of the fight. She feels...
I think that's what she needs to do. She drag her into a fight.
Absolutely. If those feet slow down a bit, Wright's feet that is, then that's what Worsfold will be feeding off. No real sign of that yet. And it's another round for Wright this, so far.
Yep, you've got to give that to Bree Wright again.
You do, so she's 3-0 up at the halfway stage. There's stuff in that round there to encourage Worsfold, the most encouraging round of the fight so far.
Easier said than done, obviously, particularly with the physical advantages that Bree Wright has, and again, she could work off that jab and make it a very easy night, you feel. But if she can somehow get her to stand toe-to-toe, that's where Worsfold will have a bit of joy, you imagine. As I say, a lot easier said than done.
That's absolutely what she wants.
Yeah. You know, Bree Wright spent a lot of time sparring top operators as well. Done a lot of work with Natasha Jonas. I've seen her in with Joe Gallagher a few times.
Corners, 10 seconds.
And you can see she's got a lot of quality about her.
Second
Boxing
set,
a welterweight,
round 4.
And long for a welterweight. It's a good division. Lauren Price winning that first British title that was made available by the Border Control at welterweight a few months back, start of May in Birmingham. So it's a good division to be in. Into the second half of the fight, Bree Wright in the white, Worsfold in the black.
Is it illegal to be a Sheffield boxer and not switch it?
I think it is, yeah.
And it's probably, must be a law.
I think it's a bylaw at the very least. Everybody does it, don't they?
Yep. And it's not one gym or another, is it? It's all of them.
Everybody. There's that left hand, that
single
single
thing.
Wilkie just screaming for that right hand from Worsfold. He feels that she's getting just that little bit closer, that it could land and make a difference, but Wright is still showing plenty of energy. There's that straight left hand again. It's amazing how often that left hand out of that left hand southpaw stance just gets through straight down the middle.
Well, Bree Wright, and plenty of encouragement from the corner. Very happy with her work at the minute.
And again, just pot shots, throws that left hand from distance, from the outside, and then just slips off to the right, and all of a sudden is behind Worsfold, who is sticking to the plan here. Absolutely. But Wright isn't showing too much sign of the tank emptying, and that's what she needs, Worsfold, really. She's not been able to land too much on her to slow her down. It's certainly not been for lack of trying.
I think she's just got plenty of fight, hasn't she? She's, again, we know about her background. She's not going to be phased. She's just got the problem that Bree Wright is a good operator, and you mentioned the arms again. It's phenomenal, really. I mean, what an asset to have. She could hit it from the corner.
Yeah, that wingspan is, if you use it, that's the key, isn't it? Fighters don't always use it. You see fighters with that obvious advantage in reach that generally comes with height, and they don't always employ it.
Seconds out, round 5.
But she can mix it up either way. It's been impressive, this, from Bree Wright.
Good work from Wright there. Really registering with those shots. Sarah Worsfold, to a great credit, though, won't be deterred.
Absolutely not. She's not really looked hurt at any point either. Alec Wilkie just trying to keep her encouraged here, Worsfold, saying that Wright's looking for a rest. Bit of psychology, bit of kidology almost for his fighter. And she uses that as her escape every now and again, right? She's standing square almost when she throws it, just throws that right hand and then just rolls off to her right-hand side and coasts really into some open canvas. Into the final minute of round 5.
Just falling short there as well.
Got a rueful smile on her face, wasn't there, as she looked to try and find that right. Left hand into the mid-drift there from Wright. Who's being sensible here, Bree Wright. I think she knows that the only way that this could really go wrong is if she blows a gasket here, because she's hit Worsfold plenty, so she'll know by now that the stoppage just isn't really on here, and if she goes crazy looking for it, then that's really the only way that this could turn around.
I think she probably feels she's hit Sarah with a lot of good ammunition, and she's got a sense now of how tough Worsfold is. So yeah, you're right. I think she's now realised it's just box sensibly. You would argue, I'm pretty sure you'll agree, she's won every round. They've been competitive. You know, Worsfold's made them competitive. She's tried everything. You'd imagine on Christine's card, she's streets ahead, so she's got to be sensible. Worsfold deserves great credit because she won't stop trying and she won't be deterred.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out for the 6th and final round.
So touch your gloves, 6th and final round between these two. Bree Wright in the white, we've got her 5-0 up. Worsfold in the black is, as I say, stuck to the task all the way through, and she'll continue to do that in this final round. But Wright has been slick. She's been accurate, she's been spiteful. And I think we'll look to try and click through the gears and put on a bit of a show in this final round, because I think she's got plenty left in the tank, and just see what happens, because if you land a flurry of unanswered punches, then it's not impossible that the referee can be tempted to step in. I can't really see that happening, to be honest with you, but either way, she doesn't need it, because it's been a good all-round performance.
She landed flush with the right hand. and it barely registered an impact on Sarah Worsfold, so she knows what she's dealing with in there. So I think she's just got to stick to what she's doing now, which is just moving well, using the ring, boxing well, pot shots in, just doing what she needs to do. The last thing she needs is to now get involved in any kind of a fight.
Worsfold up close. Again, just trying to let those hands go. Working hard right until the very end. Right, just maybe nicking a bit of a breather there for the first time. Just leaned in on the ropes above us. Waited for the referee to step in and break.
Fight and drop, fight and drop.
Nice left hand there again. Just dips off to the right hand side, throws it over the top slightly. She's got good variety. Really interested to see how far she can go, actually. And looking to finish with a flourish. Good performance out from Bree Wright. Worsfold gets through it. Gave it absolutely everything she had all the way through, but just couldn't get right to slow down and cooperate, basically. She's got good balance, she's got good movement, she's got good variety. I said it halfway through, Don, she's got a bit of everything, really.
No, I think, and she does have those natural gifts as well, you know, the long arms, the height and everything. No, I think she's got all the tools really to make a massive impact. And again, because, you know, the pool still isn't as deep as we'd all want it to be in the women's side of the game, she will get opportunities pretty quickly. She'll be moved fairly fast, you would imagine, but that's another really good performance against a really game operator. Really impressed with Sarah Worsfold's toughness and her attitude in that. Never once feeling sorry for herself when it wasn't going her way, kept trying all the way, making rounds competitive when, you know, Bree Wright, I think, is a bit of a cut above many girls in that division.
Yeah, I'd agree. As I say, it's the only division so far, weight division, that's had a British title bestowed upon it, because the Border Control feel that there's sufficient depth there, so that'll be something she'll be eyeing up. Lauren Price has got it at the minute, but she'll be moving on soon, I'm sure about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 6 rounds of action, we go to the referee's scorecard. Our referee, Christine, scores the contest 59-55 for your winner, and still undefeated from Sheffield, Bree Wright.
So Bree Wright gets it, 59-55, so that's 5 rounds to 1 in her favour. So the referee finding around there for Sarah Worsfold. I've got no problem with that, because he's given it for effort, hasn't he? I can't really work out which one it would have been, but he's given it for effort.
It's hard to distinguish which round that would be, but she deserves something from that fight.
Absolutely. Well, she's still got plenty of energy, because she's made it down to ringside pretty quick. And Don just scampering around. Okay, here we go.
Well, it's a happy Bree, right? That was a really good performance, Bree. Sarah, as tough as they come. I mean, you hit with just about everything in there. Are you pleased with everything you did in there?
To be honest with you, I could have done better, but I don't like to make excuses. I was poorly all weekend, not being able to train much leading up to this fight this week, and I still got in there and put on a good performance, so I'm proud of that. I'm proud that I can dig deep and do that, because she's very tough lady she is.
We could see that. You hit her with plenty of big shots, and she could not be deterred.
No, good lass.
So what for you now? I mean, again, you have these natural advantages when you're facing the likes of Sarah tonight. Your long arms, your height and everything else. What do you want to be doing now going forward?
Whatever everyone thinks right for me. I'm so laid back. I'll just do whatever everyone says. Like my manager, I know he's got my best interest at heart, so I'll listen to what he says as my coaches, and we'll take it from there.
Well, for now, it's a win, though, for the Leeds Army as well. Johnny Nelson bouncing all over the place. Yorkshire. Another win for Sheffield, I suppose, as well.
Yeah, Yorkshire, I'm proud.
Well done tonight. You've done the job. You've won the points for your team. Well done, Bree.
Thank you.
Back to you, Hope.
Before that bout, you two were neck and neck with 4 points each. Now, you are reigning supreme, Mr. Johnny Nelson. How are you feeling? Give him the mic.
You know what? I've got to tell you, all the fights so far have been exciting. Props to the matchmaker. Because Because usually I go to a lot of shows and I'm like excited for the next fight after the next fight, even when my fight's not in it. But Brie, maximum respect, unorthodox, enjoyed herself, box southpaw, box orthodox, hit from the rear hand, backhand, lead, check up. She did everything that technically is wrong and got the right results. You can't train for that.
She did say that last weekend she was poorly. She said she's not making excuses, but she could have done better in there. What did you make of that?
Brie,
yeah.
I'm telling you now, I've seen her in the gym and I've seen her beat up some fellas. She can fight for fun. So I'm like thinking, you know what, she is better than that, and she had fun towards the end and enjoyed it. She was winding up trying to do the old Sugar Ray. I just thought, I'm happy for her. I'm really happy for her.
Well, commiserations to you, Tom.
I'll give you in a minute, don't worry.
Did say Sarah was a tough opposition, though. What did you make of Sarah?
Sarah's a warrior tonight. She come out, she give it all, and she fought fantastic. But Bree set the breach, she was swapping about, and she was a great fighter. And listen, I enjoyed every minute of it. Just, yeah, good fight.
So do you think you can get your points up in the next few bouts so that you are neck and neck with Johnny? How's it going to go?
I mean, listen, I'll catch up in a minute. It won't be long, you know what I mean? He's buzzing now, it won't be in a minute.
What are you going to say to that?
You know what, it's never going to happen. I think Sheffield, it's something in the water. It's Yorkshire water, man, I'm just telling you. It's just like, you're from Yorkshire, you fight with pride. It's in our genes.
Okay, well, let's go to our MC for the next bout of the evening. Over to you, Jonathan Millard.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our action continues now. So please welcome now into the arena to the blue corner, Big Ego, Samuel Picure.
Super featherweights we have here, making his way to the ring, Sam Picure. He's got a few here supporting him, boxing for the Birmingham team. 3 wins, 1 defeat so far. And this was one of the 2 matches that created some real friction at the press conference yesterday. Picure and Tapfuma have never met each other before yesterday, but they just started going at each other immediately. Picure making a nice, slow, measured walk in. Has been boxing on Tommy Owens, John Pegg shows in the West Midlands in Birmingham. Started at 15. And as well as a place in the final, there's a lot of pride at stake here for these two after the way they carried on yesterday.
And his opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please welcome into the arena to the red corner, Daryl Tapfuma.
Tapfuma boxing for London has mainly been operating in the away corner. He's been on the road from the start of his career, really. I saw him at the Peacock on a Saturday afternoon, one of Martin Bauer's Saturday afternoon shows earlier in the year, and he picked up his first win. Had a good look at his opponent in the opening round, spotted a little bit of a weakness that he pulled out with his chin a bit high, and in the second round he was all over him, and his opponent pulled out with an injury, but at that point I think he maybe didn't want too much more. So again, like other fighters we've seen, he's definitely got something about him, and he's invested in his kit for this one as well. They both have. So the winning record there for Picure, but he's been put in fights that he's been expected to win. Tapfuma, his record is different, but for the reason that he's been boxing out of that away corner, so forget about those, they don't mean anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of of the evening. Paul Webb, in association with the Box Off, proudly present 4 rounds of action in the super featherweight division. Brought to you by their proud sponsors, Bravos, Hype Energy, BE, and streamed live on Boxing Social. This box bout sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, their supervisor here at ringside, area representative Matt Harrison. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. Jason Booth, and our referee in charge of the action and scoring the bout, Mr. Kevin Parker. So introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scales yesterday, 9 stone, 5 pounds, 2 ounces. He enters the ring tonight with a professional record, 3 victories, 1 defeat. Wearing the black shorts and representing the tribe from Longbridge, presenting Big Ego, Samuel Picure. His opponent tonight standing across the ring and boxing out of the red corner. His official weight on the scales yesterday, 9 stone, 4 pounds. He enters the ring with a professional record of 2 victories, both coming by way of knockout and 13 defeats. Tonight, he wears the black and gold shorts and represents the Governors from Zambia via Luton, presenting Daryl Our referee now, Mr. Kevin Parker, to give his final instructions.
You both know the rules. I expect a clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves, touch gloves.
So again, they're scheduled for 4. London against Birmingham. Tapfuma for London. He's in the gold and black. Pikiri for Birmingham.
For the first
in the
round.
black. Looking for the uppercut immediately there, Tapfuma, and then flies into a lead left hook. He almost walked onto a right uppercut himself as he threw it. Right hand made glancing contact there from Tapfuma, just made Pikiri take a bit of a backward step, and he's letting them go here, Tapfuma.
Not much of a feeling out process, you might say.
No, very little. He likes that uppercut, Tapfuma, and that swinging right hand over the top. Pikiri, little feint, makes him fall short. Decent jab there from Tapfuma. They're just circling each other at the moment, either in punching range or on the borderline of punching range. Nobody seems to really want to throw a jab. Given that they would almost certainly land on something, it would be a decent shot. It's never not a decent shot. Short right hand there from Pikiri.
We've made the point a couple of times, but you look at this now. You tell me, if you didn't know either fighter, who is the man with the away record, if you like? It's just 2 lads that look pretty well matched. It just shows you that it's so important, the box off for these characters.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Good short left hand there from Pikiri. Not much in this opening round, into the final minute. Tapfuma's been a bit busier, looks for a jab there. Left into the body, but Pikiri comes back. Left hook there from Tapfuma, but Pikiri looks for a left into the body as well. You get the feeling that somebody could land something big at almost any second here. Southpaw here, Tafuma. Bit of a clumsy left hand. Touch of gloves at the end of the round. It was a good round, that. It was a good round.
Decent pace.
There was a real snap to it from both of them.
You made the point there, you feel that whoever lands first flush, there's a couple of kind of near misses in that round and glancing shots that didn't quite connect it. There's plenty of venom behind them.
That left hand was so close there, wasn't it? He does come out with his chin a little bit high sometimes, Pikiri.
Quarters, 10 seconds.
It's compact.
Seconds out.
But they're both just looking to really
Round
let
2.
them go on the inside there in those kind of tight arcs. So round 1 down, 3 more to go.
Who'd you give that first round to?
I'd go Tafuma that first round. I thought he was a bit busier, but not much in it.
2 wins on the record, both by stoppage. Tafuma 13 defeats, just deceiving record.
It's only Southpaw here, Pikiri. Trying to mix things up a little bit. Looks to lead off with that uppercut. Upper body movement is good from both of these two. Nice right hand into the ribcage there from Pikiri. Hooking into the body, then up to the head there from Tafuma. This is a good level. Technically, it's a good level being displayed by both of them. Right hand just catches that chin a little bit high, as I said, as he pulled back. Lead left hand from Tafuma was a cheeky little shot there, just got through. Pikiri trying to come back. Second round has been similar to the first.
Still await the breakthrough, don't we?
We do.
It's really well contested, but no one's made the dent yet.
Agreed. Looking for a long left hand there, Tafuma, as he switches southpaw, then goes down to the body. Pikiri trying to get on the front foot more in the second than he did in the first. That's a nice combination there, though, from Tafuma. Corner telling Pikiri's got to get those hands back to the chin. Slipping and sliding under the hooks there, Pikiri. That was good, just dipping the knees. Bell goes. Another good round. Another good round. This is a good watch. Not much in that one either.
No, big boost to the confidence of Pikiri at the end. You could see the good movement, and he just had a bit of swagger at the end of that round when he good lateral movement. And now there's nothing in it, is there?
Very little. Very little. I'm favouring the red corner myself at the minute, but not by a lot. Tafuma being the red corner. Both in really, really good nick, these two, and it's a kind of fight, the way they've gone about it, that probably needs a longer duration maybe, but having said that, they're going to be forced into something in these third and fourth, aren't they? Because they'll both know that those first two were tight. I don't really see how either one, I mean, I think Tafuma's done enough just in each one, but Referee could be seeing it differently. All
Seconds
sorts of people
out.
around ringside could be seeing that differently.
It'd be hard to give either man the nod. If the fight was to finish now, it'd be tricky, wouldn't it? I mean, nobody's been on top in any way, shape or form, really. It's been good to watch, though.
Climbed into a left hand there, Tapfuma. Again, there's the upper body movement. Side onto that. It's good stuff. Nice jab there from Pakiri, blocked by the gloves of Tapfuma. Left hand got through, not completely clean, but it did get through. He switched into the southpaw stance, Tapfuma, which he does pretty fluidly. Good that from Pakiri, just spinning around that front foot. Looking for that uppercut. Hasn't quite landed it just yet, Pakiri.
I think there's a sense that Pakiri is probably the kind of fighter that works his way into a fight. The 4-round format may not be for him, but you think you can just sense he's up in the tempo.
Gets low again there, Tapfuma. Low centre of gravity to him. Both just letting the gloves go on the inside there. Neither one really landing all that clean. Jab there from Tapfuma. And again, he's doing some decent work with that lead left hand at times when he's boxing out of that orthodox stance. Left hand on the inside from Tapfuma. And Pakiri again just wears another jab from him. Tapfuma's just chipping away at him here as we head into the final minute of round 3, and just a sign possibly that he's beginning to turn the screw a touch, and catches Pakiri with another one there. Launched the right hand there, Tapfuma. But the right hand on the inside gets through. Good left hand there from Tapfuma.
He's doing more, isn't he?
He's finishing strong this round. He's just bit by bit, he's chipped away, and Pakiri, I wouldn't say he's about to come apart here, but he's feeling it a bit.
Well, I feel that some of the classier work's been done by Pakiri, but not enough of it. And Tapfuma, who may be a little bit more slightly wild and ragged at times, but he's making his mark.
Yeah, and he makes you work incredibly hard, doesn't he? The tempo from Tapfuma is high. He's on you all the time.
And in a 4-round fight, if you're Pakiri, you can't allow him to do that if you're Pakiri, because you're literally running out of time. Because I can absolutely see he's the kind of fighter that if this was 6, 8, 10 rounds, how he could work his way in. And obviously Tapfuma's put a lot more energy into this, but will Pakiri just run out of the duration?
Well, he was getting on top of him in that 3rd round there, Tapfuma. When you look at them in the corners, Pakiri, it looks okay, but he's heaving the breath in a little bit more than Tapfuma. It certainly was at the beginning of the minute break, and he just turned the screw there, Tapfuma, as we headed towards the end of the round. And
seconds.
I thought that was a pretty clear round win for him.
Seconds out.
Well, I think there's been
for the 4th and final round.
Difference in experience shown by the younger man in Tapfuma, but he's professionally much more experienced, and I think he's shown a bit of that tonight.
Yeah, that's a good point, because he's been in with some good opponents. He's behind the 8 ball, as we know, in that away corner. You've got to hang tough. You've got to find a way through sometimes when it gets a bit rough, and he hasn't really had that experience just yet, Sam Pakiri. And there's that left hand again that just catches him as every now and again, he doesn't do it loads, but every now and again he just pulls his weight onto his back foot and leaves that chin hanging out a touch. And that left is getting through a bit more regularly now for Tapfuma, who again is just right on top of Pakiri, making him fight. Pakiri corner just encouraging him to go with him. There's that left again. And it's the combination finish with the left hand, and as he throws the left hand tap Fuma, he's unable just to take his own feet back. Just tip-tapping away on the inside and then landed the uppercut. The punch output from Tap Fuma, the stats would be impressive, I think. He's thrown an awful lot.
Yep.
It's been a really good level fight, this. Tap Fuma again just finishes with that left hook and again just has a little bit of a step off.
Good hand speed there from Tap Fuma. I think a bit of that now, and to just catch the referee's eye in the, the final 90 seconds of the contest is absolutely the right move. Oh, and a good left hand from Tap Fuma.
And then the uppercut off the back of it, and Pikiri showing some whiskers here because Tap Fuma has tagged him pretty clean a few times, and he's really digging in here, Pikiri. And Tap Fuma again just throwing that hook into the final minute. Pikiri just laying it all out here. Another left hand lands there from Tap Fuma, but he's just taking these solid 1-2 again from Tap Fuma, and this is impressive from Pikiri. I don't know how he's staying up there, to be honest. The left hand again just clips the chin. The referee's having a good look here every now and again, Kev Parker, because Pikiri is almost done here, I think. He will not quit. There is not an ounce of quit in him, but he's taken a lot in this final round. Again, that head just gets rocked back. Tap Fuma looks for the uppercut, can't quite land it. No. Long right hand again there from Tap Fuma, followed by the left, and Pikiri almost goes down, but not quite. This is incredible from Pikiri, and the referee does jump in right at the end there. Pikiri doesn't like it, but it was absolutely the right decision. There were 2 or 3 times there before that where Kev Parker could maybe have got in and just stepped off, because Pikiri was always throwing back on, wasn't he? It was so impressive that towards the end there, but from Tap Fuma, I really like what I saw there. The first 2 rounds, I thought he won those first 2 rounds. He was the busier, he set a high tempo, and he just kept it up all the way through. He turned that screw in the 3rd round, did some damage in the final minute, and then again there, he has got some engine, hasn't he?
Incredible. I mean, what drama again we've been treated to. I mean, Pikiri, how he managed to stay on his feet in those final knocks. I mean, I just have no idea. The punishment really that Tap Fuma was laying upon him was startling, really. But he was saying, I understand Kevin Parker, the referee, because he was still trying in there. But I was very glad when that was stopped. Pikiri was out on his feet, and that was sensational stuff from Tap Fuma, who again, we keep saying it, but these guys can turn up tonight in this box-off competition, and they can show what they're really about. They're not on the road for 1 or 2 nights only, and it's to our absolute benefit that we're seeing this kind of action. I mean, Pikiri deserves plenty of credit. He's shown incredible steel. He's on the stool there now. Hopefully he's fine. It's Tap Fuma's night.
They're just checking him out, but some of the artillery he took there, and Kev Parker jumped in there, and that was the time to do it, because his gloves had dropped. And what you absolutely don't ever want to see is a knockout that you don't need to see. I know we all enjoy one. It's a big part of the reason why we watch this and why people come, but you don't need to see someone get chinned when it could be prevented. Sometimes it can't be. It absolutely can't be, but
yeah. Well, we saw it recently as well in that incredible Sammy Antwi, Mason Cartwright fight. And Mark Lyson, a brilliant referee, Mark. He tried to get as quick as he could, but again, a horrible knockout.
Yeah, exactly. What a great fight between those two. It really was. And these fights have delivered tonight. They have delivered tonight.
To some tune. And Pikiri's fine, they're having a chat in there now.
And they did have a bit of a row at the presser yesterday, but that's all forgotten now. It was terrific to watch. And Tap Fuma, well, that was very impressive, I thought. The way he went about that, he was very calm, he was very measured, and he just kept turning up the heat and turning up the heat. And in the end, it was just a bit too hot for Sam Pikiri. He's back on his feet and looks like he's okay. They'll need to keep an eye on him overnight, but he showed some serious minerals in there. You find out a lot about yourself in a fight like that, then his corner will know now that he will keep swinging to the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, at a time of 2 minutes, 47 seconds of the 4th round, your winner by knockout, Daryl Tafuma.
So Tafuma goes through. And that was a really, really good performance. He's making his way over to ringside, along with his trainer. Well, he'll be talking to Dom.
Well, Daryl, some fight, some end as well to that. That was a brilliant contest. I mean, talk us through it from your point of view.
Well, many don't know. I'm a boxer now. Oxjab, I'm a boxer. I used to just fight. I'm a boxer, I can box too, I got a brain. That's what happened. If you look back at the workout, I told people I'm gonna walk him down. 4th round, I'm gonna drown him. That's exactly what happened. I am who I say I am. I'm a monster. They all know it.
Do you think the fight could have gone a bit earlier as well? You were landing clean in that final round.
Earlier, 3rd round. 3rd round, he was on the ropes. I thought the ref was jump in. 4th round, he could have stopped it, but sometimes I just have to take shit in my own hands. That's what happens.
This competition, this box off is brilliant for the likes of you. You go out on the road, we know what you do. You get nights like this, you can really show what it's all about and what you're all about. Is that the way you see it?
I love this competition. I've been trying to tell people, everyone around me knows what I can do. People are spar, people are fight. They say, why are you on the road? This competition gives me a chance. But 1 minute, I used to spar Southern Area Champion, Lewis Frimpong. I heard his opponent dropped out. That's it.
Well, for now, it's about the points for your team. You've got London the points tonight, and you march on as well, so well done tonight.
Thank you. I said that. Shout out to my sister. Shout out to my boy Charlie. Shout out to my cousin. Shout out to all my cousins. Miriam, I love you. Gang.
You've done it. Well done. Back to you, Hope.
What a fight and what a 4th round. I'm here with Tom Skinner, who's got another point. 5 points added to your tally. How are you feeling?
Unbelievable fight, unbelievable fight. Look, we're nearly at the top of the board now. We're doing all right, and that was amazing to watch. They went toe to toe there. Yeah, crazy fight, crazy.
Well, we're going to bring the leaderboard on the screen actually, so you can have a look at home, and we can have a little look at where's what. So Johnny Nelson and Tom Skinner are drawing for 8 points. Birmingham, Jaykae, what is going on? No points for Jaykae, no points for Ricky Hatton. At least you're drawing with Ricky Hatton. There are worse people to draw with.
Yeah, there's a lot more worse people to draw with. Fair play to Daryl. He come out and said what he was going to do, and fair play to Sam as well. He went out on his shield. He could have just held him and seen the rounds out. He went out there. He's a warrior, and he went out there. He went out on his shield. Fair play to him.
Do you think the referee should have stopped the fight a little bit sooner?
It could have been. I think he's seen that Sam was game now, and he was, as much as he was getting caught, he wasn't really getting hurt. Do you know what I'm saying? And then I think it got stopped. It maybe a little bit early. It could have. Sam wasn't really defending himself. It could have. The corner could have stopped it, but. Yeah, fair play to Sam. He went out on his shield. I think he could have just held on and seen the round out, and whatever would have happened. But yeah.
Well, we knew there was going to be fire in that fight because at the press conference yesterday they were getting very heated. Daryl Tafuma said he was going to knock Sam out, and that is obviously what we've seen tonight. Let's throw to our MC for our next bout of the evening. We've got Liam Gaynor versus Levi Smith. Now, Levi Smith is an undefeated fighter. Will he stay undefeated? Over to you, Jonathan Millard.
So what on here? How'd you stand it?
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our action continues now. So please welcome into the arena and to the blue corner, Liam Gaynor.
So another battle at super featherweight here, and this is another one we've really been looking forward to. Manchester against Leeds. This is Liam Gaynor. Originally from Dublin, now living in Bolton. Made the move 5 years ago. 10 wins, 3 defeats. Not afraid to roll the dice. He's been away to Belfast a couple of times to take on the same guy, actually, Colin Murphy. Close fight the first time around, a technical decision, but he lost on points the second time around, both the Boxing Union of Ireland titles. So he leapt at the chance to take part in this.
and his opponent. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please welcome into the arena to the red corner, Levi Smith.
So mentioned Levi Smith, undefeated, 7 fights, 7 wins. I saw him make his debut actually in Minsk in Belarus in November 2020, in deepest COVID. Alcesta put on some Cold Wars.
You like to get around a bit, don't you?
I know.
Some bizarre ones.
I know. He actually contracted COVID out there though, unfortunately, and that laid him low for a little while, but that was an unusual circumstance to take a debut in, and I told you a bit about him really. Not many people would have fancied that, but he wanted to get his career going, and that was a route that he chose. He'd got a 4-2 win in February this year against Darryl Tapuma, who we've just seen. So very much looking forward to this one. Sean O'Hagan in his corner, Josh Warrington's dad. So from a serious stable.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, your next bout of the evening. Paul Webb, in association of the Box Off, proudly present 4 rounds of action in the super featherweight division. This bout brought to you by their good sponsors, Bravos, Hype Energy Drinks, and BE, and streamed live and exclusive on Boxing Social. This bout sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Their supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Matt Harris. Our timekeeper for this bout at the bell, Mr. Jason Booth, and our referee in charge of the action and scoring the bout, Mr. Chris Dean. So introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scales, 9 stone, 4 pounds, 6 ounces. He enters the ring tonight with a professional record of 10 victories, 3 defeats. He wears the orange and black shorts, representing the Revolution from Dublin via Bolton, presenting Liam Gaynor. His opponent tonight, standing across the ring, boxing out of the red corner. His official weight on the scales, 9 stone, 3 pounds, 4 ounces. Tonight, he enters the ring with a perfect professional record. 7 victories, 1 coming by way of stoppage. Tonight, he wears the black and blue shorts and represents the Armory from Doncaster, presenting Levi our referee, Mr. Christie, to give his final instructions.
Okay, fellas, you both know the rules. You say good, clean fight. You say break, you break clean. Protect yourselves all the time. Touch gloves.
So touch of gloves between the two. Alex Matvienko in the corner there for Liam Gaynor. The training teams just slide out through the ropes. Final checks from the referee. This should be a good fight. This is one of the ones that a lot of people were picking out before things got going tonight.
Speaking to Alex, as we both were early on in the night, he thinks this is a standout fight of the competition. Alex Matvienko and of course Sean O'Hagan, 2 top coaches.
Starting nice and sharp here, Smith. A couple of jabs for that right hand over the top. Gaynor though just dropping his height slightly. Right hand into the body. Uppercut underneath there from Smith, just landing on the forearms, but it's a good shot leading off with that left hook. Nice jab there from Gaynor. legs off with the uppercut there, Smith. That was a classy shot. Nice jab to the body there from Gaynor. He's solid, compact. The more proactive of the two has been Smith so far. He's looked to be more expansive. Gaynor, though, just keeping everything nice and tight. Coming back with the odd short jab. Right hand into the body was a good punch that from Smith. Nice left hand there, though, from Gaynor. Just distracted with a lead right almost, and just came slightly over the top with the left hand. Again, this is a good fight.
Good contrast, isn't it, between these two? And it is starting to gel nicely.
Ref having a quick word there. I'm not quite sure what that was about.
Rabbit punch.
Okay. There's that jab again there from Gaynor. He just dips his knees slightly. He's waving that left hand. It doesn't travel any distance at all, but he manages to get through.
Gaynor coaches at the Elite Boxing Academy. You can hear Alex Matvienko in his corner. Of course, he's the head coach there. Gaynor very involved with the amateurs. I always think that's a massive help for a professional fighter if they're actively coaching.
Beautiful round.
Final stages. Good opening round. Yeah, I agree with that, because I think when you're showing people stuff, when you're demonstrating how to do something,
you're more correct.
That's it.
You stay more correct, and I think he's got to listen. He's sick of telling kids to do the right thing day in, day out. He's got to listen to his own advice. And,
yes.
And I just think it just makes natural common sense anyway, doesn't it? The more you're teaching the right things, it's ingrained in your head to do the right things.
There's that little jab, as I said, it doesn't travel any distance at all.
And hard to split that round.
It was. I'd probably go red corner, just. Made a good
showed a
strong
little
start.
bit more at the start of the round as well, you feel, Smith.
What a story that's been, though. Sean O'Hagan and son Josh Warrington have just gone through the levels. At every level, people questioning whether they could do it.
Round 2!
Came away from it here, actually, because Dudley, when he won his English title in the away corner, sold about 8 tickets. That was long before the glory days of Ellen Road. He wasn't supposed to win that fight. That wasn't the script, but he did, and things just rolled on from there.
He wasn't meant to beat Salon, he wasn't meant to beat Selby, he wasn't meant to beat Frampton.
Exactly. Great example of somebody who took it step by step. Nice right hand there from Gaynor. Smith came forward. Just made him fall slightly short and landed it. Nice combination that though from Smith. In and out with the feet there, Smith. I'd like to see that jab a bit more. Right on cue, uses it there, goes up to the head, then down to the body. He really does get some extension on it, but when it's up a little bit closer, like it was there from Gaynor, that's where he wants it. He's effective at that range. A little bit of reddening up around the left eye there of Smith. Just shuffling in Gaynor. He's got to be that little bit closer to get his work off. If Smith snaps that jab, and it can really work for him, but he's looking for that right hand more often than not. Lead right hand there from Gaynor was a good punch. Smith was just waiting. Gaynor pulled the trigger.
What an engaging contest again.
Really is. Left hand into the body there from Gaynor. Both of them landing on the inside. Big right hand there from Smith. And Gaynor doing the right thing there, just getting hold, because that was a solid punch. He's taking it okay.
Came back with a right of his own as well. Excellent work from both men.
Just moves in behind that right uppercut there, Gaynor. And again, it gets through. This is a terrific fight to watch. Final 40 seconds of round 2. A little bit of damage under the left eye there of Smith. I don't think it's going to be any real problem. Right into the body. Gainer with the uppercut on the inside. Touch of blood coming out of the end of the nose there, Gainer. Good right hand again there from Smith. Just slipping and sliding there, Gainer. Smith works the body, final few seconds of the round. Left hand into the body from Gainer at the end of it. That was a good round, and as he takes a seat on the stool there, a little bit of work for Alex Matvienko to do. Smith, meanwhile, just staying up on his feet. He's always got something to say, Gainer, hasn't he? Just when it looks like Smith might be about to really get on top, he's got something to come back with. But again, I would go red corner in that round.
He's clever. Gainer's a clever fighter. I think he's a counter puncher. But Smith is trying to be a bit more physical, I think. You look at Smith and you think he's possibly the stronger in there. He looks physically a bit stronger than Gainer. But as you say, when you think that Smith's just going to start bullying him a bit, then Gainer will come back and say, hang on a second, there's a right hand for you to think about. And yeah, really intriguing, engaging fight, and technically brilliant to watch.
Round 3! That's the right word, actually. That's exactly the right word. Just looking to try and bully him a bit. Make him do what he wants him to do. Bend into your will. That's what you're always trying to do in there as a fighter. Long right hand there from Smith. Missed. Gainer, he's well set up. Bending the knees. Got those gloves up in a good position. Looking for the left hand there, Smith. He took a couple of solid right hands in that previous round. Gainer. Smith looking to pile on again here. Uppercut, didn't quite land it. When he's up close to that kind of range, he's not as effective. If he gives himself a little bit more room, that's when he gets those shots home, really. Levi Smith, that is. Nice combination there from Gainer.
You wonder though, as Gainer, he's got 10 wins on the record, 3 defeats, a couple of them, you know, frustrating from his point of view. But he's never stopped anybody. Is it just that maybe tiny lack of power that is not keeping Smith off him?
That's a good point. He's landing, isn't he? He's having success. He's keeping Smith honest. He knows he can't be too careless, but at the same time, this is hard work for him. Smith just looking to, again, just raise the temperature in there. Midway through round 3. Trying to shoot that uppercut. He loves an uppercut, doesn't he, Levi Smith? They do look so impressive when you land them, and they really do sap the energy too. Can't see it coming. Head snaps back. So I just would like to see a bit more traditional boxing from him, if you like. Use that jab, because he does step into it nicely. Left hand on the inside there, though, from Smith. But Gainer just will not take a backward step, comes forward there, and there's a bit more damage around the features of Levi Smith. Clever that from Gainer, just tying up the left glove of Smith. The referee couldn't really see it. And you can tell these two have been in a fight, and left hand again there from Smith, and Gainer just takes it. He's got a very solid chin. And when it's messy up at that close range, that's when he can just get those punches in. That swelling has come up a bit more on the left cheek there of Smith, but it's far enough below the eye that it's not going to affect his vision all that much. A bit of damage on the left corner of the eye as well, and this has been another terrific fight to watch as Gainer takes a seat just a few feet away from us. 1 round to go.
Yeah, I'm sure Gainer would rather this was an 8-rounder or a 10-round, you know, so it wouldn't be fought at such a pace. It would suit his style to go longer. But Levi Smith clearly doing everything he can to try and just impose that physicality. Two great technicians in the corner as well, two coaches that tactically very, very astute. Sean O'Hagan, because he is such a good laugh and he's great fun. People kind of, I think, underrate his mind. Other coaches will tell you that. Sean's a very, very good coach, and Alex does great work in Bolton, and again, a really experienced
out.
man and
For the fourth and final round.
The one-man riot.
Of course, yeah. So into the fourth and final round, this has been another really, really good even match. A good scrap between these two. I've got Levi Smith ahead on my card, but there's not been a lot in any of the rounds, really. He's landed the bigger shots, but you can tell that he's been landed on. You look at the state of his left eye. Looking to lead off with that left hook again there, and Gaynor, apart from a bit of blood from the nose, there's nothing going on there at all. He's got one of those heads, one of those faces, obviously. Good left hand there from Smith, who again just tries to push him back to the ropes and let his hands go, but Gaynor just falls into him, ties him up. Stepping in behind that uppercut again there, Gaynor. It's an interesting move, that. He kind of walks forward with it, really, and he's landed it 2 or 3 times. Good right hand there from Smith. He's just kept that work rate really, really high. And Gaynor has just gone with him all the way through, but Don talked about that physicality and that tempo, and he's managed to sustain it. Again, just looking for that 1-2. These two just trading centre ring. Left hand there from Gaynor, and Smith just sets his feet and lets his own hands go, heading towards the final minute. Left hand there from Smith, right above us, and Gaynor was kind of off balance, his weight in his heels a bit, and if ever something was going to put you down, that was it, really.
Well, incredible. You know, you look at Smith in there, and he's throwing everything, he's putting everything behind these shots as well. Gaynor is taking them, and you think some of them surely must be having an impact, but he's coming back with cute little shots of his own and still in there. I mean, I think he looks tired now. It's been a real pace in there.
Good right hand there from Gaynor. I think it's maybe one of these fighters who just kind of looks like that quite early and then just keeps looking like that all the way through. Because he's landed a combination again there, Gaynor. And Smith has really been planting his feet, digging those toes in, and as you say, just heaving those punches in at times, and that takes a lot out of you. The looser you can stay, the better it is, and Gaynor generally just throws those short little shots, no real wind-up, but he's accurate, and again he just sits down on what he wanted to be a massive right hand there, Smith. The bell goes, and that was another tremendous 4 rounds. Absolutely tremendous. I think the red corner's done enough there, but it was a terrific fight, an absolutely terrific fight. And everybody was right, everybody said it would be. They tipped that one up as well as plenty of others, and that was, well, it was a joy to watch.
Well, the two coaches are talking about what a great fight that was. Plenty of respect shown between those two, and it was great. Just a really good clash of styles. Gelling there. And it's what Christine likes in there, I suppose. I mean, he's looking at the cute work of Gaynor, the physicality of Smith, the pace set by Smith, you would say, but you know, so much venom in every shot he was trying to land.
And he did land some real clean punches too. He did land some real clean punches too, but he just didn't budge an inch there, Liam Gaynor, at all. He's got a solid set of whiskers on him. There was that left hand just above us towards the end, where, as I said, he was caught a bit square and tall, and those are the circumstances in which you know, you go down, but not then. Let's find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 4 rounds of action, we go to our referee scorecard. Our referee, Christine, scores the contest 39-37 for your winner, Levi Smith!
Levi Smith gets it 39-37, so 3 rounds to 1. I don't have any argument with that. That's pretty much what I had, to be honest, and it was just a brilliant competitive fight all the way through. Gainer giving as good as he got. It's one of those fights, Dom, where, you know, the way the boxing is scored, you can win a third of the fight and end up with almost nothing on the cards. It's just, that's how it is, and he's got around there, and I'm glad he got around.
Well, great credit, Liam Gainer, showed a lot. Again, look forward to seeing him again. He was really, really good fighter. I think a very correct fighter. Levi Smith is going to be an exciting fight as well. But you can see the two having a chat in there. Like, Levi Smith knows he's been in a fight as well, doesn't he? So, great work from the pair of them.
Absolutely was, absolutely was. And they're just slipping down to ringside now. Maybe we'll have a chat with the two of them, and that would be very appropriate after the effort they both put in.
Well, I know you're having a chat there, lads. I want to chat to the pair of you as well. I mean, disappointed for you, obviously, Liam, on that. I'll start with you, Levi. You get the nod there. A great fight, brilliant for us to watch. How did it feel you being in there and involved in that?
Well, for this fight here now with Liam, fighting Trophy, I was coming into the fight, I was nervous because I thought, he's a tough kid, he's been in here and done all this. Like, I know I've boxed some good lads, but this was my first proper test. And I want to thank Liam very much because he brought me in now, got a good test with a good kid. And honestly, he's definitely there. Definitely titles he can win. I know, I watched one of your interviews and he said he wants to win a title. He can definitely win a title. No doubt about this, man. He's a good man, a good kid.
Competitive all the way through. I'll tell you what, you've got some whiskers on you as well, haven't you? I mean, and every time he was landing big, you were coming back with cute shots of your own as well. It was a great contest, but you've certainly got a chin.
Yeah, like, obviously it's a boxing game at the end of the day. If you don't have a chin, you won't do very well, but listen, Levi, he's a worthy champion. I thought I could have nicked it, could have went all the way if you had 50-50 rounds. But yeah, no, listen, went for the bat, man. That's all I can say.
We'll see you again anyway, and look forward to seeing that as well. You showed plenty there tonight. Levi, it's your night. You get the points for your team tonight and you march on.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm looking forward to the final now because I've got an all 4 I need to face. I'll face before and I'll face them again now, and it's going to be another cracking thing. And Liam's prepared me for it now, for this fight, so I've got a good fight coming up now, and I've had a good cracking fight there. And honestly, I can't believe it. Me and Liam, good fight.
Great fight. You've both done a great job tonight. Well done, lads. Over to you, Hope.
So much respect between both fighters there. Ricky, Liam Gainer was your man tonight. He didn't get the result that he wanted. But what did you make of that fight?
Yeah, he started off well. 2-0 down. But he started off well the first round. He was landing some good right hands over the top. But, you know, fair play, fair play to Levi. You know, how he just, turned the fight around. I thought Ryan looked really comfortable in the first round. And so for Liam to turn it round and, win so convincingly like he did, he's a very, very good talent, you know what I mean? Every punch in the book, right hand, body shots, lots of variety, to be honest with you. So, yeah, fair play to him, yeah.
Another fantastic matchup. We've been saying all night, haven't we?
Absolute great fight. I mean, if this is, if the last 3 fights are anything to go by, like the first half of the show has been, I think it'll be an ongoing thing. I think we'll be here every month, really, I think.
We're coming over to you, Johnny. Another win for you, another 4 points on the leaderboard for you, which we'll bring up in a moment. Levi Smith, undefeated. That is still the case. What did you make of that?
You know what an exciting way to give your heart and soul to this game. What an inspiration. I brought Tiana, another Yorkshire blood, get into the box now. But you know what? She's so inspired by this. It so inspires everybody else coming through. And I think Levi, the way he fought there, he showed heart, he showed grit, he showed determination, he showed blood. And he did really well. It's been a good show all the way through, and it's been exciting as well. So she's saying, Uncle Johnny, I want to fight. I want to fight. These are what these shows are all about. It's to inspire people to get involved.
Absolutely. Well, let's bring up the leaderboard and see how we're doing at the moment with the points. Sorry, Ricky, to do this to you.
Look at that.
So, Leeds, Johnny Nelson, you've got 12 points for your team.
Manchester
and London number 9. So Birmingham and Manchester. It's a sorry state of affairs at the moment. At the moment, Leeds and London are going to be in the final. But there is still time to get some points.
Absolutely, but to be honest with you, you know, how can you, disappointed to see us at the bottom there, but, you know, the performances that they've put up, you know, the fights that they've been involved in, yeah, we may be bottom there, but, you know, I couldn't be any prouder. I think every fight has been an absolute cracker. And if you're going to get beat, get beaten fights like these, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Well, we're going to go to our second female fight of the night. It's Sylvia Dolly Gala versus Tanya Ledger. It's her pro debut, Tanya Ledger. Have you seen her in any? Have you seen Sylvia Dolly Gala in any action?
I haven't seen Sylvia's opponent, but I have seen a lot of Sylvia. You know, she's been down. I have a flyweight prospect, Chloe Watson. She's fighting for the European title actually in November. And Sylvia always head down to the gym, and we go up to her gym, you know, and she's had lots of really, really good rounds with Chloe. And to be honest, fair play to her opponent to take on someone like Sylvia in a professional debut. Be interesting. I don't know whether she might have bit off a little bit more than she can chew. I'm hoping so we can pull one back. But no, I mean, to have a pro debut to fight someone like Sylvia, they must have every confidence in her. So yeah, could be another barnstormer again in this case.
Now, Tanya has had a kickboxing background. We saw earlier Sarah Worsfold versus Bree Wright. She also had a kickboxing background. Does that help, or is it a hard transition, Johnny?
I think it does help, because when you come from mixed martial arts into boxing, you're very comfortable up close and personal. You're very comfortable when it gets tight, when it gets awkward, and you can usually find a space to let the shots in, bring them up the middle, bring them around the guard. So I actually think it does help. Usually a lot of them, when they come from mixed martial arts, you've just got to tighten them up a little bit, because their stances are a little wide and they're square on. So once they tighten up, this coach was a prime example. Once he tightened up and Emmanuel Strudd did a job with him, he was almost unbeatable. So therefore, you know, the kickboxing background actually is actually a benefit if you're learning along the way.
And what about this as a pro debut situation, the tournament? That's not normally what you would do, is it?
Well, you've got to speak to the handlers. The handlers are thinking, you know what?
Are you having a pop at me again there?
You know what? You've got to think. You've got to think. That's confidence. That's self-belief.
Yeah.
And so therefore the confidence.
It can only go one or two ways, can't it? To be honest with you, they maybe got a little bit overconfident, you know, because Sylvia is a hell of a fighter, really, really good. But you know, if they're putting her in for a pro debut and matching her against someone like Sylvia, they must have every bit of confidence in her. So we'll just see how it goes, yeah.
Do you have confidence in Sylvia? Because she is in your team.
Yeah, very much so. You know, she's been down. That's my whole point. I'm thinking fighting Sylvia on a pro debut. I thought that might be a bit.
I've had some news in my ear that fight is now off.
Wow.
Sylvia Dolly Gala.
For what reason? What reason?
And Tanya Ledger. I don't know the reason. I've not been told that. Can I get the reason in my ear? Any chance? Okay, we don't know yet, but we can talk about the main event of the evening coming up later on. It was around the duration, 4 rounds or 6 rounders. They couldn't decide it, so it's now off. That fight is now off, unfortunately, which is quite sad.
See, listen,
especially for you, who could have got a point there.
So I'm not going to get a chance to claw one back. That's it. It's over now, isn't it?
But usually, if it's the arguments about the rounds, you know, some fighters are like Sheldon tonight. He didn't want to do a 4-round. He wanted to do a 6-rounder. It suits certain fighters, and so if there's been a contractual conversation and dispute over that.
Sylvia had probably been better with the longer rounds, obviously, because she's got a few fights under her belt, hasn't she? But that's a shame. It's a shame, yeah, because I haven't seen the opponent, but yeah, so for her to be having a pro debut to be fighting someone like Sylvia, she must have been pretty good, so that's a shame, yeah.
Well, we can only guess at this stage as to why that's not happened. I mean, maybe it was a pro debut, she wanted 4 rounds rather than the 6. Who knows? But what we do know is the main event tonight is Reese Woods versus Jake Goodwin. That is you two against each other. What do you make of those fighters?
Yeah, Jake's been down at the gym a few times, to be honest with you, and sparred with a few of my prospects, and very, very capable southpaw. Very good boxer, but yeah, I think it's another potential good fight on the card. Yeah.
You know what, you say never read kids on live TV, she's all over the place like this. you know, again, I just think, I think when it gets down to the action, you've just got to think to yourself, how are they going to perform under this pressure? How are they going to perform when they're no longer in the comfort of a gym? How are they going to perform where there's a lot rolling on it, you've got lighter gloves and the pressure's on that way? And that's what changes the character of a fighter, makes a fighter or breaks a fighter.
Sometimes I find when you fight southpaws, because you don't fight too many of them, sometimes it takes you around to get, you know, to get the feeling and get the range and get into it, because you don't fight as many southpaws as you do orthodox. But with the 4-round format, he hasn't got time to do that, has he? You know, so he's got to get his foot down, you know what I mean, right from the outset. So tough ask, 50-50 fight. Looking forward to it again here.
Well, let's have a talk about the tournament as a whole. We've spoken about the good matchups. Fantastic arena we're in, isn't it, Johnny?
Props to the matchmaker, because it's been a night of entertainment through and through, and almost every fight has been entertaining. You know, you've got fans that probably came to watch their particular fighter that have stuck around and enjoyed each fight. Each fight has its own story. Each fight has been a good 50-50 fight, and 50-50 fights where managers think, you know what, I really should think hard and not long about this before I do it, and they've taken the risk. The promoters have taken the risk, because I'm quite sure they've invested in certain fighters, so their risk is there, because if their fighters they've invested in fall by the wayside, it puts them back to the drawing board. Promoters don't do that now. They try and take care of their vested interests. So again, I think tonight, good night, good set boxing so far.
And sometimes, don't they, at this stage of the careers, how many times do we go every week, Johnny, and we see shows where, you know, that the prospects are fighting journeymen, and no disrespect, because we need the journeymen for our game to progress, but, you know, fighters that have had, like, you know, 4 wins, lost 60, and there's just no action, there's just no real value for money. The matchmaker deserves a gold star today, because he really has done his homework, and it's been so entertaining. And sometimes, you know, for having one fight one after the other to be entertaining, where sometimes, you know, you just at this level where you got the journeyman fighters that are looking to fiddle and fight through it, you know, just to see the final bell. It's not been that tonight. Every one of them has grit the teeth and tried to set the win. So it's been really good. It's been really good.
Well, Ricky and Johnny, thank you very much. Johnny, winning at the moment. Ricky, there is still time. I'm going to hand over to our MC now for the next bout of the evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the action continues with our next bout in the super welterweight division. So please welcome into the ring, being played in by Jaykae,
So into the super welterweights. Michael Lakalu up against this man, Kay Jimenez.
The box off 2023. Everyone stand up for Kay the Civian right now. Yes, lads.
To the ring by his team captain, Jaykae.
You don't do that. What you talking shit for? You ain't got no whistle. You don't pop no pistols. What you carrying the knife for? You ain't gonna stab nothing. Yeah, you man are useless. Always been losers. Are you mad? Said you're a G, but you went to the box though. Yeah. How you man wanna bring it to the boss though? Yeah, rolling around with those in your socks, bro. Yeah, me and my boys are cold like. You don't do that. What you talking nonsense? But you don't want problems. You better weigh up your options. And what you screwing up your face for? You ain't mad like Bronson from Medavilla where Blues play. The Burgers and Johnson. So IMIG, you don't do that. You're not thinking your true pack. It gets me like Blue Tap. I'm from a city like New Jack. What are you ringing on me about for? Pick up like who's that? Well, mate said it's his birthday. We flew out to me blue racks.
Intense character. And these two got into it at the press conference yesterday as well, Jimenez and Lakalu. Spencer McCracken there. His son on the other side of the ropes, McCracken Jr. He runs that McCracken's gym with Jaykae.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please welcome into the arena to the red corner, Michael, Your Highness, Licalo.
Well, there's the mascot, there's the monkey that he brought to the press conference yesterday that just seems to really rile Jimenez. Knocked it out of his grasp when they came together for the face-to-face.
It's not the most offensive thing I've ever seen.
It's really not. He did say at the press conference, Jimenez, that when he was a youngster, when he was a kid, he got bitten by a monkey once, and ever since then he's been scared of them. I just didn't really know whether I could take him seriously or not, but he is a man who I think likes to be taken seriously. Did you tell him it's not a real one?
You did tell him it's not real.
I didn't want to get into it at that point. Licalo, originally from the Democratic Republic of Congo, now living in the UK, boxing out of Tottenham. 2 wins, 2 defeats. He's with the London Shoot Fighters these days, Alex Dimitriades. But he was with Peter Fury for a couple of fights. And he's making the most of this. Jimenez above us, she's being made to wait here.
I'll tell you what, I think he's on a winner with that monkey. It looks brilliant.
This is our penultimate fight of the evening. 2 at super welterweight to finish with. And if these two live up to what we've seen already, then we're in for a cracking finale. He can't let this get to him, Jimenez. He's being kept waiting here by somebody who managed to get right under his skin yesterday as he just vaults over that top rope. Record similar, 3-0 for Jimenez, similar in that they're very early in their journeys, these two. Licalo lost a couple, then won a couple, changed camp a couple of times, now back where it all started for him in 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening. 4 rounds of action in the super welterweight division. Paul Webb, in association with Box Off, proudly present in conjunction with their proud sponsors, Bravos, High Energy Drinks, and BE. Streamed exclusively and live on Boxing Social. This bout sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Their supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Matt Harris. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. Jason Booth. And our referee in charge of the action and scoring the bout, Mr. Chris Dean. So introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scale, 10 stone, 11 pounds, 7 ounces. He enters the ring with a perfect professional record, 3 victories, no defeats. Tonight, he wears the white and gold shorts and represents the tribe from Syria via Birmingham, presenting Jimenez. His opponent tonight, standing across the ring and boxing out of the red corner. His official weight on the scales, 10 stone, 12 pounds, 8 ounces. He enters the ring with a professional record of 2 victories, 1 coming within the distance and 2 defeats. Tonight, he wears the yellow, red, and blue shorts from Congo via Tottenham, London, representing the Governors, presenting Michael, Your Highness, Licalo. Our referee to give his final instructions.
Okay, fellas, you both know the rules. I want to see a good, clean fight. When I say break, you break clean. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves.
Okay, so this schedule for 4 at super welterweight. Licalo in the white, blue and red. Jimenez in the white and gold.
For the first round.
And that fight we were talking about earlier, that female fight between Silvia Doligala and Tanya Ledger, that has been resolved, that issue, we believe, and they will now box over 4 2-minute rounds. That'll be the final fight of the night, so some diplomacy going on behind the scenes there to get that one agreed. But we will see that. The time to concentrate on this. Nice combination there from Jimenez, left into the body, straight right hand. It's in southpaw here, Licalo. And Jimenez does exactly the same thing. He sets those feet, Jimenez, switches his feet back to orthodox, and when he does set them, he stands quite square. He just looks to really let those hands go. He's quite open when he does that.
Like so many of the fights we've been fortunate to witness tonight, a great pace about it, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And a great fan base. He's only down the road, isn't he, Jimenez?
Good stiff shot that from Licalo, just knocked the head back there of Jimenez. Got a nice jab there, Licalo, that he whips up from the waist, just explodes it into the eye line. Looks to try and lead off with the right hand, didn't really land it. He does it again that time, he tries to move onto the shoulder. Spencer McCracken asking Jimenez to jab his way in, and left hand was a bit low there from Jimenez, but no great matter. Nice right hand into the body there from Jimenez, trying to back Licalo up to the ropes, who switch stance at a difficult moment there, really. Nice long right hand there from Licalo.
Fairly breathless first round.
It really was. Really was. Difficult to separate them as well. Just a slight sign there for me, maybe right towards the end of the round, that Jimenez could be capable of getting on top of Licalo, work rate-wise maybe. It's interesting when he kind of sets his feet, Jimenez, like I was saying, he comes quite square and he lets his hands go, and if Licalo could just kind of back himself in that situation, just stay in there and then throw some straight punches, you're going to land first, aren't you?
I think both men are fully aware it's only 4 rounds.
Absolutely, absolutely. I don't think either one of them's going to wake up tomorrow morning and just think, God, I wonder what would have happened if I just let my hands go.
10 seconds. Seconds out. Round 2.
Jimenez corner, I think, want more use of the jab out of him. Licalo with that straight right hand, that landed flush, and he's in trouble here, Jimenez, and he's unloading here, Licalo. Jimenez needs to try and grab hold, get a hold of him. It's exactly the right thing to do, but he really caught him clean. He collapsed into the ropes himself, Licalo, which meant that
he wasted a little bit of time in following up, but that's certainly registered, and Jimenez has just got to try and keep things tight and compact now. There's a long way to go in this round. Well, this is good for Jimenez because it gives him a little bit of time for that head to clear, because you could see he was in a bit of trouble there.
It was a beauty of a shot, but yeah, he was a bit over-eager, and he's still a little bit over-eager, Lakalu.
There's that right hand again, and into the ropes he goes, and that will be called as a knockdown. A strong shot from Lakalu. The legs aren't that steady. He gets to 8, Christine, asked him to walk forward, wipes off the gloves, 1:45 remaining in the round. There's that right hand again, and he's landing at will. The referee, I think, is going to stop this any second. As soon as another one lands here from Lakalu, I think he's going to jump in, Christine, and he does, he waves it over. He waves it over, and Lakalu drops to the canvas to do some press-ups, and that was impressive. He put him down with that right hand, and he just never let him off the hook, did he? And the referee he was poised a couple of times. He looked like he was going to get in, and it was the right thing to do. They've had a good night tonight, the officials. Lakalu with that right hand, boy, he did some damage.
Well, certainly plenty of power. Raw, obviously, at times, and the finish, obviously, threw everything into it at the end. He got the job done, and the referee was spot on to stop it when he did. But another exciting talent, and another really fascinating and engaging and dramatic contest that we've been treated to tonight. But yeah, the first one set him in motion, but he'd thrown so much into that. He bowled into the ropes himself. I thought Jimenez had recovered quite well from that, but then the big right hand lands again, and there we go.
That was a beautiful shot, that short right hand on the inside, the original right hand. He's doing some star jumps above us at the minute, Lakalu. The original right hand just really judded that jaw, but he did manage to get things back together relatively well, but that short right just took everything away from him. And as soon as boxing resumed there, he just launches in with that right hand, and he just couldn't stay out of the way of it. I don't think he really knew where he was at that point, to be honest with you. And the referee's having a real close look, and it gave him a chance to throw back there.
He gave him a chance because they weren't landing clean. Nothing was landing too flush, but as soon as he did catch him again, I think the referee was quick then. You could see there was no way back really for Jimenez. So it's an excellent finish in the end from Lakalu, and a great statement for him.
He's got some heavy hands, because that right hand, that first one, he was kind of at almost at full extension when he threw that, and he carried the power right to the end of it. And you know, when he saw that blood in the water there, he was like a shark, wasn't he? He was all over him, and the technique goes out the window, and he's just swinging. But every time he made contact, well, you saw the effect that it had. And I'd never seen Lakalu before, never seen him before this competition, and he is one to look out for, that is for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, at a time of 1 minute, 30 seconds of the second round, your winner by TKO, Michael, Your Highness, Lakalu.
Well, he'll be making his way over to ringside to join us, and it'll be interesting to hear what he's got to say, because he has lived up to his own hype, to be honest with you. He told us to expect an explosive performance, and that's exactly what he gave us. He said that he was going to stop Jimenez, and he's duly delivered. Okay, let's go down ringside where he's being embraced by team skipper Tom Skinner.
Well, gents, can I just step in there now? Firstly, brilliant, Michael. Well done, well done. I've got to get to the serious issue first. What's this fella's name?
This is Monkey. That's it. Short and simple.
It's obviously your lucky mascot.
Yeah, he's a master. He's a good master, good friend. Yeah.
Well, serious business done inside there. I mean, an excellent finish in the end as well. The big right hand is where it's all about with you, clearly. Did you feel that after you landed the first
thing, warming up, my coach here, big shout out to him. We worked on this punch like This is our money show. Every day in the gym, that's what we work on. This is a professional sport. We don't do things by chances. We work on them, we create them. So we've been doing that in the drills, warming up, and my coach was telling me, if you do what we do, you're gonna find it. And that's exactly what I've done. I tried in the first round, I caught him, but then he sort of found his feet, and the coach told me that right hand is landing. Keep trying, and that's what I did, and we got it.
How would you describe that right hand, Tom?
Unbelievable. Powerful.
I thought you were going to say Bosch.
A Bosch.
A lot of people, they thought I was a joke. I told them, I seen the guy, on paper, he's the better fighter, but I just know I'm better. You know, I know the team that I've got behind me, the masters.
Well, listen, you've got the points. You've got the points to your team as well. How's it all going for the team then tonight?
Oh, we've won, haven't we? London have won.
Two stoppages.
No, London have won. Done,
Yeah,
finished.
That's it.
That's it, job done. Finished. Bosh.
And there you go. Job done with you tonight. Well done. Well done. And with that, back to you, Hope.
So I'm in the studio with Jaykae. Didn't go the way you wanted, but a great performance. How was that?
He's done very well first round. I'm proud of him. He'll come back, man. I want to go check on him. That one was personal. Like, he fights from my gym. I know him very well. That one was personal. Fair dues to Lakalu. I owe him a new suit because I told him yesterday if he won, I'd buy him a new suit. So I'm going to get him a new suit.
What was wrong with his red one yesterday at the press conference? It was very glittery, wasn't it?
I'm going to get him a new one. But big up Kay, the Syrian Jimenez, man. Wounded me, that one has. Yeah.
Kay had a lot of supporters who were really chanting for him.
Kay come to this country with no family, no friends, no money, no clothes, no nothing. And look at the amount of people that have come out to see him today. So credit to him, man. Hats off to him.
It was quite a knockdown. He actually flung through the ropes. What did you make of it?
It was sad to see because I thought he'd done really well first round.
Turn this way, my love.
I thought he'd done really well in the first round. Yeah, he caught him with a beautiful shot, and then obviously he got the count, and the corner told him get on him to do it again, and he done it again, and the ref stopped it. So can't really argue much with the stoppage. It was a stoppage.
So what would you say next for him after that performance?
It's okay.
Yeah.
Build back up again, get him back out there again this year, maybe 1-2 more times, and it's still the same mission for him, man. He's not afraid to lose. He's never been one of them fighters that have tried to cover his zero. He doesn't mind losing. Like, I know for a fact he's going to want to fight him again, so if we can make it happen, we'll make it happen.
Let's have a little look at the leaderboard if we can and see what's going on there. Go on. I think Johnny Nelson is still at the top of the leaderboard with 14 points. Leeds is second with 12 points. Birmingham and Manchester, it's a sad old time.
Very sad that is.
But there is still time.
We've still got Tanya. Tanya's coming out now, I think.
Exactly, yes. Yeah. Right, next, it's 2 fights time. So we've got the main event, then Sylvia Doligala and Tanya Ledger. It's Tanya Ledger's pro debut. That is happening after, yes.
Come on, Tanya.
So I think we're ready to go to the MC for the main event of the evening. It's Reese Woods versus Jake Goodwin.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening is our headliner bout. So please welcome first into the arena to the blue corner, Reese Woods.
I had quite a long chat with Reese Woods at the press conference yesterday. 5 wins, 2 defeats, 1 draw. One defeat came against Serjan Bomo, who is capable of giving it to anybody when he's in the right mood. And it was one of those scenarios where he was the float fight. He was gloved up from 8 o'clock and in the end boxed at 1 a.m. These are the things that can happen. The ring was practically being taken down by the time he got in there. The other defeat for the vacant central area title when he tackled Johnny Kiley in the away corner. The draw coming in his last fight. And like everybody we've seen tonight, he knows that this is just a great opportunity to show everybody what he can do.
And his opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please welcome into the arena to the red corner, Jake Goodwin.
Boxing for Leeds, Jake Goodwin. 6 wins, 1 defeat. That defeat came in his last fight against a very awkward opponent. He told me that everything went wrong that night. Everything went wrong in the build-up. It was just a bit of a disaster area all around that fight, and he's looking to put that behind him as swiftly as he can, and a win tonight would be the absolutely perfect way to accomplish it. He's got a familiar figure in his corner. And Tommy Boom Boom Coyle, as he walks over to him just there. Let's have a look at the tail of the tape for these two. Not much between them in terms of the records. Woods has been in deeper. So it's a difficult one to pick again. They've all been like that tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our headliner bout of the evening. Paul Webb, in association with the Box Off, proudly presents 4 rounds of action in the super welterweight division. Brought to you in association with their sponsors, Bravoso, Hype, Energy Drinks, and BE, and streamed exclusively and live on Boxing Social. This bout sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Their supervisor here at ringside, area representative Matt Harris. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. Jason Booth, and our referee in charge of the action and scoring the bout, Mr. Kevin Parker. So introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, his official weight on the scales, 10 stone, 13 pounds, 4 ounces. He enters the ring today with a professional record, 5 victories, 2 defeats, 1 draw. He wears the black, white, and green shorts, representing the Revolution from Stockport, presenting Reese Woods. And his opponent, standing across the ring and boxing out of the red corner, his official weight on the scales, 11 stone, 1 ounce. Tonight, he enters the ring with a professional record, 6 victories, 1 coming within the distance, and 1 defeat. He wears the white and black shorts, representing the Armory from Doncaster, presenting Jake Goodwin. Our referee in charge of the action to give his final instructions.
Judge, you both know the rules. I expect a clean fight. Remember to obey my commands at all times. Above all, protect yourselves at all times.
Sold a few tickets, Jake Goodwin. About 50 have come down by coach from Doncaster, which is a good effort. Coyle in his corner, as I say, and with Reese Woods, it's Ryan Bradley. And the familiar figure of Shini Bayar as well, just through the ropes by the ring apron. What a fighter, he was tremendous. Goodwin in that southpaw stance, both of them are set up in that left-hander's position. Goodwin in the white, black and gold, and Woods in the black, white and green. Can make for an awkward contest sometimes, southpaw against southpaw, although they're swapping some leather early on here. Nice jab there from Goodwin. He's got the height and reach here. Now can he use it? Good left hand there from Woods. Good jab again from Goodwin. They were both throwing their lead hands at the same time there, and the greater reach of Goodwin meant that his landed first. Nice left hand too. And again, good left hand, and I think the glove might have just touched down there, although maybe not. It looked to me like it did. The referee didn't see it, and he's on the receiving end here, Woods. He was banged back into the ropes with a 1-2. And the referee just splits them bit of damage to that right eye, is there maybe?
I think there's a lot of damage to the right eye. It's swelling quite badly already.
And Goodwin just looking for that left hand again, his stiff jab, and this has been really precise from him so far. Everything's come off that 1-2. He is the taller man, and you're right, on the corner of that right eye, you can see it. Well, not quite closing yet, but he's been hit hard there with these 10-ounce gloves. And I think that right glove did just touch down, just grazed the canvas, but if it did, then Kevin Parker couldn't quite see it. Good right hand there for Woods. But Goodwin not being too greedy here. He's looking for that long left, but not rushing anything. And Woods just setting his feet, letting those hands go. This has been a rough one, this opener for him. There's that jab again from Goodwin. Right hand there from Woods, and when Goodwin gets in close enough, then Woods will let them go. It's that long left, that nice 1-2 that has brought the success for Goodwin. Dominant opening round.
Well, the big shot that definitely touched down. Reece Wood, you can see the swelling to the right side of it's beyond the eye, kind of. It's the side of the face. It looks like it's swelling quite badly. It's one of those that's going to move pretty quick, you think.
Let's have a look. There's that nice jab. He's just finding his range. Landed a couple of nice crisp jabs there. Goodwin. There we go. That was a good shot. That glove touched down. We could see it. So that should really have been called a knockdown.
Quarters, 10
the referee
seconds.
was on the blind side of it, really, and it only happened momentarily. And to be honest with you, it might even have been better for Woods if he had called it, because then he would have got 8 seconds to get his head to clear.
He's a tough operator. He's shown that already, and not afraid to take one to land one.
And he looks dangerous on the inside, Woods, and for Goodwin, the advice would be simple, I think, from Tommy Coyle. Just keep it long. Use that jab, use that long left hand. That's what did the business for you. Moves his feet back out well, as he did there. He looks a weight division above, to be honest. He's a big super welterweight. He's looking for that left hook. He's waiting for that jab, Woods, looking to slip that jab and then throw that left hook. Glove was up there though from Goodwin. Good long left hand there from Goodwin. Just caught Woods. He's doing the right thing here, Goodwin. He's being patient. He doesn't need to get into a trade up on the inside. Good left hand there though from Woods. That was a solid shot, and Goodwin is in trouble here as he just sinks into the ropes. Good left again from Woods. Caught him absolutely flush, and this has turned around in the last few seconds. And Woods just needs to land one more here. Goodwin just slipping and sliding. Grabs hold of his man, needs to try and buy himself a few seconds into the final minute of round 2. Woods again just gets in and was a little bit short with that left hand, just pulled off it slightly. Goodwin just pouring out with a jab a little bit again, just gets caught square, caught with the right hand and then again with the left, and the towel has come in. The towel has come in. Tommy Coyle trying to get the fight stopped here. Goodwin goes down and he's telling the referee Kevin Parker that he's thrown in the towel. The referee has now seen it. The referee's seen it and he stopped the fight. What a turnaround from Reece Woods and what a finish. That was absolutely sensational. After the first round that he had, Goodwin was building into the fight well again in that second round. He caught him with a left hand dom over the far side of the ring, clubbed him with a couple more, and then he just never let him off the hook. And Tommy Coyle throwing the towel in, I could understand why he did that at the point he did it. The referee just couldn't quite see it at that stage.
Incredible again, absolutely incredible. As you say, that left hand that got Reece Wood right back in the fight, because let's face it, he had a torrid first round. And with the swelling to the right eye, but then look at this. Yeah, the towel comes in, Kevin Parker can't see that. He's giving Goodwin every chance. He's having a good look at that point anyway, because Goodwin's in a lot of bother. That is just a stunning turnaround. There's nobody that watched the first round could have foreseen that.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. We've had a tremendous night here. We really have. The fights have been superb, and that, well, that was just a concentrated version of it there, because he was in trouble in that first round, Reece Woods, but he showed some pretty stout whiskers to get through it, and there he's just landing that left hand, and there's not all that much on him frame-wise, but he sets those feet, throws that hook, and he was punishing his opponent in there. Absolutely he was. And Goodwin up on his stool on the far side of the ring, I'm glad to say, looks okay. And some supporters there, the Syrian Spaniards who were here for Kay Jimenez, cheering on Reece Woods. And you travel down to a fight and, you know, it doesn't go your man's way, you get behind somebody else. That's what it's about.
Well, just incredible drama Shinibayar in the former British flyweight champion. He had some cojones on him. And again, Lionheart's on the back of Reece Woods' shorts. Very, very apt, because he pulled it out of the bag after a horrendous first round from his point of view. And from Goodwin's point of view, he's been caught. And I'm sure Tommy Coyle, his own team, will say, look, you got caught, you switched off and you got caught. It would have been a different night otherwise, but that's what can happen.
Absolutely right, absolutely right. When he kept it long, when he used that jab, he looked good. But when he let Woods get in a little bit too tight, then that's when the trouble could start. I'm just waiting for them to be assembled in centre ring. Okay, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, at a time of 2 minutes, 45 seconds of the second round, your winner by TKO, Reece Woods.
And a win for Manchester. That'll bring a smile to Ricky Hatton's face, and that's probably the most dramatic fight that we've had so far tonight. As I said, I had a long chat with him yesterday, him and his trainer. And like everybody, they've come here just to make a mark. They've come here to show people what they can do. And he has certainly done that. Okay, let's hear from the pair of them now. They're down with Dom.
Well, what can we say to that? I mean, again, the first round, it was pretty torrid for you in the first round. The swelling to the right eye looked like that was going to get worse. You come back, we could see that. You touched down, actually. And do you know what? The ref didn't see that, but that probably would have helped you had the ref seen it and given you a bit more time. Anyway, it's all irrelevant, because what you did in the second round, incredible. I mean, put it into words.
Well, I went back to the corner after the first, like you said. These guys, trusting with my life, obviously, that's why they're in the corner. They said, when he drops that left hand, we've been working on it, he throws his jab, brings it back.
Shinny's already said
throwing the left hook over the top. Left hook over the top, caught him with a peach. Caught him in the first round, second round, caught him heavy. And I saw him and I thought, he's not going to let off the hook here.
Well, he didn't let him off the hook. Tommy Coyle threw the towel in. The ref didn't quite see it.
I had to tell him, I kicked it toward him, ref! But
Huge win, pushing in the next round.
I've been in that position what he's in, so what he needs to do is go back. Don't let it get in there. Go work on it. That's all it is.
This kid is the underdog. Every time he gets in the ring, people class him as the underdog. And they don't give him a chance. And this tonight, he's just proved it, emphatically proved just how fucking good he is.
Like when you do a hat trick in football, if you get a knockout, you keep the gloves.
So basically what we're doing is, he was come back my gym 6 years ago, 90 got kilo, now he's down to 70 kilo. We work hard together, you know, brewing all the time. He's a southpaw, I'm southpaw. So I know what we can do southpaw against. I was fighting all my life, my enemy was a southpaw too. I know where with the left hook will hang on it. We keep practicing in, and then he just tell them in the second round, they said, listen, what we work on it, come on, work that, and then you just got him, you know.
Brilliant. It's your night tonight. As you say, you've had your dips, and the wise words, by the way, as well for Jake there tonight. Not to take that too hard. He got caught. It happens. That's boxing. But it's your night tonight. Enjoy it. Well done, Reese. Well done, team. Ryan. Well done, Shinny. Back to you, Hope.
What a fantastic main event and a turn of events. It didn't seem like it was going to go that way in the first round. I'm now with Managing Director of the Box Off, Ricky Hatton. I'm sure you're a very happy man. Some fantastic bouts tonight. How are you feeling?
What can I say? whoever is here or has tuned in to watch the boxing tonight have been in for an absolute spectacular night of boxing. And that's what this concept was all about. It was about creating brilliant matchups, 50-50 fights, and every single one of those fights tonight, it was about who wanted it more. And it's as simple as that. And that last fight there, Jake Goodwin was all over Reese Woods in that first round, wobbled him, Reese composed himself, came back. What a finish, what a fight.
Amazing. I mean, was that the fight of the night for you, or was there any other highlights for you?
I mean, you can take your pick. Take your pick. I'd like to know at home, you know, what was the fight night? Daryl Tapfuma versus Samuel Pickery. I mean, that was something out of Rocky. The way Sam stood there at the end, took that punishment.
Yeah.
What a fighter. And this fight as well. I mean, they've all been incredible, absolutely incredible.
And we have still got one to go.
We have.
We're the winners, boss!
No, you got one fight to go. The women, one last one to go.
Oh, yeah, no, but we should be winning it. We can't lose, don't we?
Well, let's have a look at the leaderboard, shall we,
Yeah,
while
let's have a
you're
look
there?
at the leaderboard if we can.
Why don't you come over properly?
Come over.
Come on, get yourself over. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Okay, so the Governors are in first place at the moment with 14 points. 14 points for you. How are you feeling?
Well, we can't lose.
Well, there's got to be two winners,
I
hasn't
think
there?
the table needs updating because London and Leeds at the moment, the tally is not making a lot of sense. I think.
Okay.
Oh yes, the knockout points.
I know the scores. I know the rules better than you. That is why I'm the absolute governor.
Okay, so London and Leeds are at the top.
Yeah.
So we were speaking behind the scenes about the Box Off final. Potentially that could be in one of those cities, couldn't it?
Absolutely. I think we're going to go where the crowds are. We're going to go where people want this to come. London is leading, into the finals, so it's going to be London. Simple as that. You know, the absolute governor said it's London. Who am I to argue with him?
And we're going to sell it out. This has been a great night. I love all the fights. It's 50-50. You know what you see is a lot of pro fights. So you know who's winning before the fight starts, and that ain't the case here. It's just proper warriors going to war with each other, putting their heads together, working hard, training hard, grassroots, proper fighting, and I just love it. And I'm excited to be a part of it. And mate, you've done a great job. Everyone's done a great job. It's been powerful. We're top of the table.
You've got a lot of exciting energy coming off of you. What's been your fight of the night, Tom?
That one just there was a brilliant fight. I mean, they've all been great. Every single fight's been a good fight. And it'd be wrong of me to choose just one, but they've all been great. I like Daryl. Daryl obviously won his
Daryl
fight.
Sharp or Daryl
I mean, that
Tapfuma?
final, Daryl Tapfuma versus Levi Smith. What a final.
Brilliant.
What a final that's going to be. Honestly, that is going to be a fight. A serious fight. So we got more to look forward to. Viewers at home, loads to look forward to. It's all about the box off.
There was a situation with Robbie Chapman and Jackson Asagi. I probably said that name wrong, I'm really sorry. Jackson was really upset with the draw, and he was also really upset that he didn't get the point for the team. He said that he was going to give up boxing because of that. What did you make?
Well, I mean, look, emotions are high. You know, people have worked hard and trained hard to be here. The referee, called it a draw, and we have an independent judge who makes that call because it's a competition format. We need someone to progress. And that independent judge makes the call in the favour of Robbie Chapman, and that's the result. There's not much we can do with that. Jackson will come again, I'm sure. He's a fighter, he's a warrior. He will come again. He might even be back in next year's competition. Who knows? Let's see.
Robbie Chapman's your man.
Robbie Chapman, listen, brilliant. He was a soldier out there. Did you see him? And sad it kicked him afterwards, but it's boxing. Emotions run high, and everyone Everyone wants to win on the night, and yeah, it is what it is, but I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it will cool down soon.
We have still got one more fight to go. Sylvia Doligala versus Tanya Ledger. It is Tanya Ledger's pro debut.
Yeah, I mean, look, Telford girl, pro debut. You know, does it get any bigger for her? You know, there's still a good crowd in here. We'll get her in and let's see what she's all about. Tanya's, you know, she's been talking up her game, which is great. And, you know, she's in her hometown. A lot of fighters don't get this until later on in their careers. This is her pro debut on home turf. So let's see what it's all about.
She's got a kickboxing background. Is that going to help her?
Well, I think so. I mean, you know, Sarah Walsford, who was on the London team, also came from a very good pedigree, kickboxing pedigree, and came into boxing. Why can't Tanya do it? You know, absolutely, why not? And it could be the start of a journey for her.
And before I throw to our MC, Tom, just want to bring you in again. Did you see Jaykae's performance?
Brilliant, brilliant. I didn't know he was that good. He was fantastic. I loved it. I really enjoyed it, and got the crowd buzzing. He sounded brilliant. Job done.
Well, on that note, let's go to our final bout of the evening. It's Sylvia Doligala taking on Tanya Ledger. It's her pro debut. Over to you, MC Jonathan Millard.
Sweet.
Lovely.
I can't hear something. You know what I can't hear, so I will.
No, that's all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our final bout of the evening. So please welcome now into the arena to the blue corner, Tanya Ledger.
So a little bit later than advertised, we do get this one on. Any night of boxing isn't really complete without a row about something, whether it's
if
gloves
there's not
or...
drama in and out of the ring,
Exactly.
there's something wrong.
Exactly. So Tanya Ledger, ring walking first, as they've been discussing in the studio, kickboxing background, Team GB, athlete for years, had some time out to have a couple of children. She had some leg injuries as well, so switched to boxing, undefeated as an amateur, won a Winter Box Cup. She's from just down the road. So there is a bit of pressure on her tonight.
She knows a good tune as well. Stone Roses never misses.
And her opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please welcome into the arena to the red corner, Sylvia Doligala.
Sylvia Doligala, another fighter who was born overseas and has now made the UK her home, from Poland originally. She's been in the north of England for a good while. Took up boxing at 21 after going to a boxer-size class originally. 2 wins, 1 defeat, and 1 draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our final bout of the evening. Paul Webb, in association with the Box Off, proudly present 4 2-minute rounds of action. This bout brought to you in association with Bravo, Hype Energy, and BE. Brought to you exclusively and streamed live on Boxing Social. This bout has been sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, their supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Matt Harris. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. Jason Booth, and our referee in charge of the action and scoring the bout, Mr. Kevin Parker. So introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner, her official weight on the scales, 8 stone 4 pounds 1 ounce. Tonight, she makes her professional boxing debut and wears the white and red shorts. Tonight, she represents the tribe from Telford, presenting Tanya Ledger. Her opponent tonight, standing across the ring and boxing out of the red corner. Her official weight on the scales, 8 stone, 5 pounds, 8 ounces. She enters the ring with a professional record of 2 victories, 1 defeat, 1 draw. Wearing the white and gold shorts, representing the Revolution. From Poland via Wakefield, presenting Sylwia Dolegala. Our referee now to give his final instructions.
Ladies, you both know the rules. I expect a clean fight. Watch your heads, obey my commands at all times, above all, protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves, 4-2s.
So here we go, final fight of the night. And it's got something to live up to, this one, compared to all the others we've seen. It's been fantastic.
For the first round.
So Dolegala in the black, white and gold. Ledger in the white and red, and these two going at it straight away. Ledger just letting that right hand go. And just caught Dolegala with a decent shot as she pushed her back towards that neutral corner. Dolegala just trying to work her way in behind the jab. Backing up here, Ledger. Short with the right hand. Nice right hand to the body there from Dolegala, then goes up top. Good right hand counter there from Dolegala, who after Ledger jumped on her at the start of the round has got into this nicely. She's committing to that right hand, Ledger, but she's throwing it from far too far out. Her feet aren't really underneath her as she lets it go. She's got to get those feet a bit closer, really.
Bit of a launch, really, isn't it?
It is, it is. And again, she just pulls her weight back there, Dolegala, and makes Ledger fall short. That's a good first round for the red corner.
None of the dramatics that have gone previously in the first round. It's a good, decent opening round, and obviously it's the debut for Tanya. There's going to be an awful lot of nervous energy that she's got to deal with, and all the drama backstage as well that's probably messed with both girls' heads a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, is it? You're expecting to be on about 45 minutes ago, then there's an argument, and then you're thinking maybe it's not going to happen at all, and that would be,
well,
I mean, just a complete disaster for everybody, wouldn't it, in that case? I mean, nobody gets paid, nobody fights. I mean, it's...
No, obviously it's just great that this dispute can be settled, because, and the thing is as well, you warm up, you get ready, then you've got to cool down again, then you've got to warm up again. I mean, it's an intricate business, that.
Seconds out.
And the difference between the two there is that Dolegala, when she's punching, she's just taking the feet with her. Her feet are underneath her, whereas Ledger's springing in from the outside a bit. But that's a correction I'm sure she can make.
She's used to booting people. And many have made that transition very successfully, obviously, from combat sport to boxing. I'm sure you'll do just the same. It's just the first professional bout.
Heads almost coming together on the inside there. Looking for the right hand there, Dolegala. Ledger was just slightly off balance as it landed. Ledger trying to work away on the inside with that right hand, midway through round 2.
Step back. Stop holding to the wrong side.
Sharper jab, Tanya, sharper jab, a little step in. Step in. Straight. Hide now, Tanya. Come on, let's go.
They're draining that right hand. That was short, but then followed it up with the left. Dolegala with the jab.
There you go. There you go.
No knockdown.
Back again, Tanya. Back with the jab again. Let's go. There you go. And again. There you go. And again, Tanya.
How do you see it?
I'd go red corner, both, I think. Like I say, when she attacks Dolegala, she's just got her feet under that little bit more, so she's able to find the target a bit easier. She adjusted slightly in that round, Ledger. That's a good counter there from Dolegala. More in punching range there. It's Mo Fiaz in the corner.
Corners, 10 seconds.
John Pegg lurking at the bottom of the screen there.
Seconds out.
Very well-known figure around these parts, John.
Wears many hats.
Does indeed. Running that East Side gym with Paul Coonahan. I think he's got every licence available, or he certainly had it at some point.
He's licensed to make films as well.
He is. Award-winning films, no less.
Yep.
So into the third round here. Dolegala in the white, gold and black. Tanya Ledger in the white and red.
Lovely, Tanya. Great work.
Just missing with the left hook there, Ledger. Ditching in that right hand again there, Ledger. Just growing in confidence here, I think. Short left hand on the inside. Dolegala coming forward, lands a couple there. Just looking to come over the top of that jab with the right hand there, Ledger. Cuffing right from Dolegala. It's a decent punch. Final stages of round 3. Dolegala with the jab and Ledger just pulling away back, looking to try and reply with the right hand.
1-2, Tanya, let's go. And again. Come on, Tanya, you're winning.
Well, that was a tighter round.
120 seconds left. Go ahead and go win.
So 1 to go in this inaugural night of the box off. It's been very, very enjoyable.
Yep, some incredible performances tonight. Some great drama. A night for the underdog in so many ways.
It's difficult to pick a fight of the night, actually, or a fighter of the night. There's been so many candidates. I really enjoyed Tapfuma against Pikiri. I thought that was Yeah. Terrific all the way through, and the way Takfuma just put his foot down and got the stoppage towards the end. I thought that was a real bit of quality there from him. But that one we just saw between Goodwin and Woods, I mean, it was just some incredible turnaround.
For the fourth and final round.
So into the final round, Dolegala coming out aggressive here. Good combination there from Ledger though. He's standing her ground. Good right hand there from Dolegala, just as Ledger was opening out to throw, but she took it well enough. I'd have gone red corner, so Dolegala with the first couple of rounds. Could maybe have gone Ledger with that third round. And these 2-minute rounds really do slip by. Right hand over the top there, but she just pulled her feet out, got that glove up there, Ledger.
Very tough debut though, isn't it?
Yes, it really is.
Tough debut. We've seen it tonight. Again, it's the second debutant of the evening, and both have jumped in. Oh, in fact, when you think about, obviously, Julian Wilson as well, jumping in with Sheldon McDonald, incredible, really, after a 5-year absence.
Final 40 seconds. Just looking for the jab there, Dolegala. Right hand from Ledger gets through. Looking for the right hand there, Ledger, but just walks into a couple on the way in, partly blocked with the gloves. That kind of wide right hand for Dolegala is a shot that she's looked for. That stooping jab works for her as well. She gets right under the shoulder when she throws it. And there's that right hand again. Ledger fires back with her own right. Final few seconds. Good finish to the fight, good finish to the night.
She's a real competitor, Tanya Ledger, no doubt about that. Very tough. I think Sylvia Dolegala just held that shape throughout, that little bit better, a bit more experience, obviously.
Yeah.
And I think Ledger's got to be commended massively for taking such a tough fight on your professional debut.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with all of that. And as you say, all that stuff behind the scenes, you know, it's not ideal. Maybe at one point they thought they weren't going to fight, then they are fighting, and mentally, if you've made that switch to thinking it isn't going to happen, and then having to get back in, you know, get back in the game, back in the room, to actually go out there, it's not easy. It's not easy. But these things happen in boxing, you know. You never quite know what's going to occur on any given fight night, pretty much whatever level you get to. Just looking at these final replays. It's that right hand over the top that she looked for quite often.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 4 rounds of action, we go to the referee's scorecard. Our referee, Kevin Parker, scores the contest 39-37 for your winner, Sylvia Dolegala.
So 39-37, 3 rounds to 1 there for Sylvia Dolegala, which is exactly what I had. First couple of rounds I went Dolegala, third round to Ledger, fourth round to Dolegala. Good performance from her. And she has just made her way very quickly down to ringside where she's talking to Dom.
Well, congratulations, Sylvia. You got the job done there. We weren't even sure we were going to see you tonight, so there's a bit of drama. Tell us what was going on.
Oh, until last minute, I don't even know if I'll be fighting. The fight was scheduled for 6 rounds. When it came out that we are on, she said she's only ready for 4. I said, well, we've been contracted for 6 rounds, so I'm doing 6 or no. But at the end, my coach said, come on, we're here. We've trained hard. Let's show what we have. And I thought, yeah, you know, it'd be a waste of time and, you know, hold the camp. So I thought, yeah, let's give it a go, and hey, we got another win.
You got the rounds in there, you got a win as well. I mean, we were just saying before, for Tanya's debut, very brave to pick you for a debut, very tough debut. But she's a competitor, isn't she?
Absolutely. As far as I'm aware, she comes from a kickboxing background, and she did, you know, she did had a few fights in kickboxing. and she did pretty well. So I knew she will not be someone coming out from the street fighting, you know, doing her debut in boxing, because she just wants to do that in future. But yeah, she was a tough cookie. She gave me a good round. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, she put a lot of work in it as well.
All's well that ends well. You've got the job done. Points for your team. Well done tonight.
Thank you. Can I just say, I would like to just talk to Poland a little bit. I appreciate everyone's watching back home. I would like to say, kocham was wszystkich. Yeah, and thank you guys for all here from UK who are cheering on me and, you know, are there for me to support. Thank you. My partner is here for me as well. He's, you know, he's a massive support and help as well.
I love that Polish Yorkshire accent as well. Brilliant.
Thank you guys.
Well done, Sylvia. Back to you, Hope, for the final time.
Let's bring that leaderboard up if we can.
You bring it up again.
Can we bring it up? Bring the leaderboard up. There we go. So, let's have a little reaction to that. From you two first, Jaykae and Tom.
It's shocking. It's sad. I'm miserable. I'm going home. I'm not coming out tomorrow. I'm shutting down the gym. It's all over. It's over.
Okay, so we've actually got in last place and first place right next to each other. What have you got to say?
Look, we are the governors. That was our name, wasn't it? And that is what's happened. We're the governors, number one, top of the table. But look, can I say one thing? What a great night it's been.
I'm thinking of changing my profession. I don't know, you got it so right and I got it so wrong.
I'm with legends. Look who I'm on the stage with, do you know what I mean? And I know the least about boxing here, to be honest. I mean, these three are champions, and what a great night.
Beginner's luck.
Beginner's luck. We don't miss it. I knew exactly what I was doing.
Second place, Johnny, 12 points. Can we have the mic at Johnny? Rather than your crotch, Ricky.
What I don't understand is how London did that. I've been dancing, getting on everybody's nerves all night, thinking, yes, it's a done deal. Last minute, get pipped to the post, I get a bosh in here, a bosh. How did they do that? And so I'm thinking, where are we going to do the final? Is it going to be...
Apparently it's going to be London.
Bang out of border, man. Bang out of border.
They did come first. They did come first.
Ow!
And no matter how, you get what you get. You don't get upset. That's for the rules of the game. Ricky, what did you make of tonight in one word for me? Or a sentence?
That table looks a lot better than it did half an hour ago anyway. Let's just put it that way. To be honest, I was going to sneak out the fire exit me at the back of it. To be honest, it was that embarrassing. But no, we turned it round. Obviously, we're not going to make the final, but no, I've been very, very proud of all the Manchester boxers tonight. I think all the captains can turn around and say I think we're proud of all of them tonight because they give us such entertainment value for money. You know, every fight was fantastic. And like I said earlier, I'm repeating myself a little bit, but if you're going to get beat, you want to get beat in fights like that where you go down fighting, don't you? And that's what we did. You know, we didn't get there, but I'm very, very proud of the team.
Well, it was a brilliant night of boxing. We all loved it. We had so much fun here, and we hope that you enjoyed watching at home. Make sure you're following the Box Off on social media to find out more details about the final, where we'll see London and Leeds go head to head.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but his life is hard. But it gets better when you grind small. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. That's the baton, we gon' take it far. Always be real, we don't fake it all. Tired of 9 to 5, just making enough to survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? What's acting out the scenes, time to live my dreams, do the things deep inside of me. This life it continues with fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I will not jump in these boxes they throwing me, talking to God and there's so much he's showing me, shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds, a growing tree. Y'all get a load of me, yeah, don't let them slow on me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be, and I do not care if you notice me. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. This isn't a robbery. Hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, I ain't with the games, bitch, you with the chest. Be beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances of quitting are likely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option.